experienced media personnel with media students, provide guidance, advice, and support in their career development. For me personally, it all started when my brother and friend, George Edwin, shared with me the link for NEC applications. I applied, and that simple step became part of a much bigger story, the birth of what we proudly call JSAC today. The pioneer leadership team was made up of passionate young people determined to make a difference. Mumbi Waweru, who was then president, Evans Odhiambo, the deputy president, Mitchell Masawa, the secretary general, Mercy Joy, deputy secretary general, Austin Caleb, treasurer, Austin Itebete, national coordinator, and lastly, Michael Daniel, the communication strategist. From the start, our greatest challenge was lack of finances. We even had to postpone our official launch. But as the saying goes, don't wait for perfect conditions. Begin where you are, with what you have, and make progress. In the first 5 months alone, we registered our reach to more than 10 institutions through the tireless efforts of our chapter representatives such as Reinhard Shihonwa, Kisii University, Edwin George, Masai Mara University, National Young Presbyterian University, Ashley Ochieno, Baraton University, Eugene Opaili, Technical University of Mombasa, John Munene, Mount Kenya University, Boniface, Rongo University. Of course, leadership is never a straight road. Some executive members transitioned out, leaving me alone to carry the work of the Secretary General almost alone for a time. But we restructured, bringing in new leaders. Jeffian, the President, Michelle Wangari, the Deputy President, Mercy Bodo, the Deputy Secretary General, Victor Nyakambi, the Communication Strategist. Together with this team, we pushed our membership to over 800 students. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go to the second session of the Journalism Students Association of Kenya. Before the second session began, Jeffian joined the Standard Media Group and stepped down, while Victor Nyakambi also transitioned. The leadership baton was then passed to Ernest Modini, who was serving as the president, Mercy Wangari, the deputy president, Mitchell Masawa, the secretary general, and I presume the longest serving executive member, Mercy Bodo, the deputy secretary general, Faith Makola, the new communication strategist, Elisha Murage, and lastly, Trevor Munga, the treasurer. With this team, and with our dedicated chapter representatives, membership crossed 1,000 students. Our first major event, the annual Media Student Summit at Mount Kenya University, was successfully held on 28th of February this year. As Barack Obama once reflected on J.K. Rowling's journey, she faced rejection after writing, but her story touched millions. Likewise, our struggles were stepping stones to greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share one of the darkest moments, but defining moments as an association. On May 28th, we were set to host an event at KCA University. Hours before it began, we were forced to cancel the event due to planned protests. And as an association, the safety of our partners and members was of our top priority. That night, I drafted a memo at 2 a.m. announcing the cancellation, while our founder reached out to partners and the rest of the team grappled with how to look for an alternative venue out of town. As an association, we had earlier invited prominent guest speakers, and as the Secretary General, I remember I had to inform investigative event was cancelled. You can imagine inviting John Allan Lamu to come and attend the event, then hours to the event you inform him that the event has been cancelled. It was one of the hardest phone calls I've ever had to make. Yet in that moment of pain, we learned something profound. Resilience is not born in comfort, but in challenge. Moving forward, we refused to give up. On July 12th, we successfully held the chapter representatives strategic forum at the Kenya Methodist University, led by chapter representative Keith Misik. After that, we set our sights on two crucial September events: the Media Students Bootcamp at Masai Mara University on 13th of September, which was a success thanks to chapter representative Edwin George. And now the Media Students Conference, the very event we are gracing today. Appreciation goes to Viona Adhiambo, the chapter representative of ZTech University. Though the number of cancelled events outweigh those we've hosted, each setback tells a story of resilience. If we had given up, JSAC would not be standing today. As the adage goes, fall 7 times, stand 8. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to share the challenges we've had on the membership drive. We know our journey is far from over. One major challenge has been the membership drive, but we are addressing this by ensuring every student who registers will receive a unique membership number. This will allow us to, 1, track the most active members, build a credible student media database, create opportunities for recognition, mentorship, and growth. And by becoming a member, you don't just belong to an association. You join a movement that is shaping the future of journalism in Kenya. As I look back on our journey, one truth stands tall: great things never come from comfort. From humble beginnings to where we stand today, JSAC is proof that when students unite behind a shared vision, they can create something bigger than themselves. And so, even in the face of cancelled events, financial struggles, and leadership transitions, we have never stopped believing, because this vision is bigger than all of us. It is about the future of journalism in Kenya, driven by informed and united students. Thank you. Masawa Mitchell, Secretary General of the Journalism Students Association of Kenya.
Well, appreciate him better. You can do better. Appreciate him. Good. Good morning again. Good morning. Haya, tusimame sasa. Tusimame tu. Come on. Simama. If you barely 40, simama. Stretch. Come on, stretch up. We want to stretch up before we go to the discussion. Come on, stretch. So jana tucheza game. Sindio? Acha niambie. Sindio? Rock, paper. Good. Aya, rock, ilikuwaje? Paper. Scissors. There. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Your neighbor. You're supposed to shake your. No. Shake your neighbor. Make sure you shake. Kuna mwingine hapo. Unajua after that there is something that will happen after that. Sindio? Rock. Paper. Scissors. Your neighbor. Get your neighbor. Go to your neighbor. Turn the rock. Mtaniwel kama panel yenye yaingia. Sawa? Rock. Kuja. Just rock. Scissors. Kuja. Just come at. Scissors. Wajana. Rock. Scissors. Paper. Scissors. Isa aya. Paper. Scissors. Simon says. Simon akisema. You do what Simon? Is anybody else something? Don't do it. Simon. Tusikie na Simon. Sharon. Simon. Simon says jump. Sharon says sit. Kuja tu. Molly says stand. Sasa nyinyi wote mtakitokea hapa. Sharon says sit. Simon says shake your neighbor's hand. Get a neighbor. Simon says smile. Simon says sit. Simon says you know what Simon says. Kama si Simon, don't say it. Sawa. Simon says clap your hands. Simon says stand. Sharon says jump. Simon says stamp your feet. Simon says clap. Simon says laugh. Someone says sit. Good. Appreciate yourself. Come on, appreciate yourself. Hata tunafanyaje? So, what campus are you from?
Tuk. Multimedia.
Meru University.
And why is this gender? This? So we're going to play a simple song with them. Sawa. You let your campus down, sasa hizo ni mambo zako. I will represent my campus. Sawa. You're supposed to name. Si tukikuwa wasanii guys mtatusupport tu sana. Kabisa ndio. So, I'll say my campus. You make a song. Sindio? I'll make a song. You include your campus in my song. Sawa? For example, Zitek, KU, Meru, Embu. Tuko pamoja? Nirudie. Let me just for your sake, guys. Haya. Zitek, KU, Embu, Meru. Tuko sawa? Hata nyinyi nitawa include hapo, sawa? Ukae rada, usifa. Haya. Zitek.
Tuk.
Acha ni simtatu support. Sasa tutakusupportaje? Haya. Zitek.
Mimeo.
Make it better. Haya. Zitek. Meru. Embu.
Zitek.
Kwa campus yake. Haya. One more time. Zitek. Meru. Somebody. You would have had a mic hapa hivi. Zitek.
Kwea.
Jaikwa. Masaimara. Meru. Zitek. Maseno. Tuk. Meru. Come on, appreciate them. Good. Mneza keti. They don't have a lot. Today I've worked on myself. Appreciate them better. Come on, appreciate them better. Hiyo ya Alili ilikuwa jana, sawa? Alili si leo. Today we are classy, sawa? Tufanya ile today we are very demure, sinda? Leo si jana. Aya, tufanya ile hivi. as we welcome Mr. Masawa. Fanya hivyo. Utaklapia hapa. Utaklapia hapa. Sawa? Aya, tufanye hivi. Aya. Unaona tuko na shida. Si tuko na shida sana? Tuko na shida? You didn't work on yourself today. You didn't come ready. Ya, tusimame. Tusimame, 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 tusimame. Tusimame. Unless you are 40. Unless you're 40. If you're 40, you can just chill. Oh, unless you are 60. Change of plans. You are 40. Oh, damn. Okay. 40 looks good on you. But unless you're 60, change of mind. Simon says, Simon? Mpaka mchangamke. Simon? Simon? Good. Side tenor. Good. Simon? There is a team that is not, they are good at not doing what is told. Sharon says jump. The guy in white. Simon says clap. Simon says clap. Simon says laugh. Simon says jump. Someone says jump. Someone says jump. Sharon says jump. I was waiting for you. Sharon says clap. Inside kuna shida. Is there something going on? Are you okay? Are you okay? Simon says jump. Guy. Simon says jump, you jump. Simon is our guy. Kuna Simon hapa? Any Simon? Simon is our guy. Simon says jump. Jesus. Simon says jump. Simon says clap. Simon says clap. 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 So we're going to clap until Mr. Masawa gets here. Sawa sawa? Sawa? Tulisemaje kusoma? You clap until he's here. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? Aya. Simon says clap. Simon clap. Says clap. Clap. Simon says clap until he gets here. Simon says clap. Simon says clap. 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 Clap.
We may have our seats. Once again, good morning. How are you? How is day 2 so far? How is day 2? Yeah, as we proceed, I know the numbers are going to be encouraging, but thank you all for those who chose to make it here. At this juncture, I want to call upon, how many have heard of Odu? How many have heard of Odu? I think JSAC, there's a time some of our members went to their offices. So I'm one of the people who has been privileged many times, I think it's many times, to have found myself in a room where they are training. And I can say for sure it is very impactful. And if we pay keen attention to whatever they are going to present here, it's going to be very, very good, okay? So yesterday, as I was welcoming the speakers, I was telling you guys, give them your eyes, give them your ears, and your attention, right? So for this presentation that's going to be presented here, please pay keen attention. So, this is something that will help you with your business, something that will take your career to the next level, okay? Yes, so with that said and done, I would like us to clap the way I taught you guys yesterday as we welcome Madam Umi. Yes. So, Rain, we're going to clap until she makes her way to the stage. Showers, showers, thunder, thunder. We can do better. Rain, rain, rain. Tutoyo kuboeka, tutoyo kuboeka. Showers, 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 thunder, thunder. Yes, karibu.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, where are the IT guys? They said they were helping me with this. Okay. Okay. As they do that, my name is Umekulsum Buhari, but you can call me Umi, and I'm the education officer from Odu, Kenya. So, as he's setting up, maybe we can have a bit of a conversation. So, how many of you own businesses? I know most of you are students. One. No one else? Com students don't own businesses. Just one. Okay. So think about any business you know. Any business, your parents, the shopkeepers, anyone. What do you think is the most important aspect for a business? I'm taking answers. What do you think is the most important aspect of a business? Huh? Capital, okay. Management, okay. Availability of market, okay. Market. Branding, okay. Vision and mission, okay. Anything else? Systems. Is it because of Odoo? Systems and process. Okay, okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. So I'd argue that the biggest asset for a company is its data. Okay? And what do I mean by data? So you have a company today. Let's say I own a small fruit grocery market. Okay? Fruits and vegetables. How much am I selling? What fruit is going through the shelves more than the other? Are the bananas going bad? What am I stocking? What am I not stocking? Right? That's data. And for a company, such data is so important because that's what helps them make decisions. If I'm selling mangoes more, then of course I'll stock more mangoes, right? And if my bananas are rotting and going bad, then of course I'll stop maybe ordering banana or I'll look for maybe promotions to sell my bananas, isn't it? Yeah? So can we agree that data is the most important aspect for a business? Yeah? Okay. So if that's the case, then how do you gain this data? Where does this data come from? How does a business come to get this data? Ideas? Mm-hmm. Personal research, okay. Anyone else? Okay. So I would say that the way that a company gets data is through its systems. So she had mentioned systems. When you have a good system, then you're able to get accurate data, and that data can then give you decision-making power for your business. Okay? And that's what I want to tell you today. I want to show you how a business like a system like Odoo can help you manage your businesses. And what is the significance of such a business or such a model? Okay? So, okay. Okay. So I want to tell you about Odoo briefly. So Odoo is an ERP, and an ERP simply stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. Okay? In very, very simple terms, that's a business management system. Okay? So I'll also tell you a bit about Odoo, because I'm sure some of you are curious, what is Odoo? Some of you call it Odo. Yeah. So I'll tell you about it. So Odoo is an ERP, a business management system, and it started in around 2005, 2007. You can see it started with a very small team in Belgium, and now we're over 5,000, 6,000 employees around the world. Okay? And that's our CEO, the guy who's holding the dog is the CEO. He likes to say that Odoo started with 12 people and a dog. That dog, I think, has died now, but we're so big. We're over 6,000 around the world. So this is just a graph to show you again our presence. You can see from the time it started, we started opening offices across the world, and the number of employees has also been growing significantly. That only goes to show you that there's such a big demand for our product. And I'm sure some of you have seen it. Have you guys seen the billboards? Maybe influencer marketing? Yeah? Maybe you've seen it somewhere on YouTube. So again, this is just to show you our growth. We exist in almost every continent around the world. And can you see the one in Africa? Yeah, there's only one, and that's Kenya. Kenya is the hub for the African market. It's the only one that exists in Africa, and we handle the entire African market from Kenya. Okay. So the main purpose of me being here today is to tell you what makes Odoo different and why I think you should consider it. And I'll also tell you what are the benefits of you learning it as students. Okay? So, as I told you, something that's very important for a company is reporting, right? How you get that data is through reporting. But imagine in a company, you have different departments. Someone is in charge of stock, someone is in charge of HR, someone is in charge of sales, someone is in charge of website, okay? And if all those departments are under one company, but they're using different systems to manage them, then it becomes really difficult for a company to get those reports. As an owner of a business, if you want to achieve those reports, then you have to pull data from one system, then the other system, then the other system. But you're only one company. So that's too much work. And we call that a disjointed network. When your departments in one company are not integrated. Okay? So Odoo's solution gives you a system that's all in one. So your sales can be managed by Odoo, your website can be managed by Odoo, your inventory can be managed by Odoo, your accounting, your sales, whatever, can be managed by Odoo. Okay? So that's our biggest selling point, that we're an all-in-one integrated platform. Okay? There's many other things that make Odoo different, but this is our main selling point. So do you guys recognize these companies that are arrowed out? Which ones do you can say it out loud? Which ones do you know? The ones that are arrowed out. QuickBooks, yeah. Which one else? Com students don't know HubSpot. Shopify, yes. Which one else? Slack, yeah. What about Notion? There are no Notion girlies here. Yeah. Which other one? Salesforce? No? Okay. So if you want to any of these systems like Shopify, someone has mentioned, QuickBooks, then you know to get these systems you have to pay for them separately. So you have to pay for Shopify separately, you have to pay for QuickBooks separately. And QuickBooks and Shopify have nothing to do with each other. They're not even connected. But a business might use Shopify for its e-commerce and QuickBooks for its accounting. Okay? But with Odoo, you get the same functions that are in these systems arrowed out within Odoo's applications. So you can build a website with Odoo and have an e-commerce platform, plus it can be connected to your accounting. Okay? So really that's what makes us different. So now I want to tell you about the education program, why I think you students would benefit from it. So under the program, we have a class to career program. And our main goal is to connect students to the business world. So how many of you are in humanities? Doing humanities courses? What are the rest of you doing? I thought this is a journalism event. So what courses are here? Communications? Okay, business courses? What course are you doing? BCom. So I'm asking communications, not even putting your hand up. So how many are doing communications, humanities, international relations, journalism? Yeah, now you put your hands up. The other times you're just looking at my face. Okay. So it's such a shame because in real life, real businesses use systems. And what happens in our classes, and even in mine, I did communications in school. When I was in school, our teachers maybe told us, these are the tools that companies use. But I never got to use them firsthand. I actually got to use them when I started working in a student club. But in classes themselves, where I spent majority of my student life, I never interacted with any kind of systems. And that's a shame. That's a shame. Because when you'll go out into the business world, when you'll go out into Nation Media or wherever, or any kind of company that you join, they use systems. And knowledge of these systems are very, very valuable for a student. So our main goal with the program is we want to connect students to the business world. We want to make learning more practical. When you go into a class, we want you to use our system so that you can know what kind of systems are these companies using. And it's only at your advantage. Because today, if you learn about Odoo, then you can write in your CVs, I have experience with Odoo ERP. I know how to create a website with Odoo. I know how to use Odoo's marketing, social marketing tools. I know how to use Odoo CRM. And such skills are so valuable for employers. Even Odoo itself. Odoo is hiring all year long. And imagine if you send us a CV and you write there that you have experience with Odoo ERP. Why wouldn't we hire you? Or why wouldn't we consider you? Right? So that's our main goal. And we also have Odoo partners. So Odoo partners are companies that sell Odoo on our behalf. And these companies are also looking to hire students. And again, it's only at your advantage if you're able to write in your CV that you have experience with an ERP. Or you've used one or two of our tools, only at your advantage. Okay. So how do we do this? First, we have unlimited access to our system. So we have something we call education. We have something we call education databases. So students can access our systems for free. The same systems that our clients are paying for, we give them to students for free to use, so that they can learn to use it. Okay? And these licenses are valid for up to 2 years. So you can use Odoo system for free for 2 years. Okay? Then we also do workshops. So if you're a student, a specific, let's say you're doing marketing or journalism or something like that, then we can come to your classes, or I think we've done workshops with JSAC also, members of JSAC. So we can do workshops just so you learn how the system works. Then we also have an Odoo course that allows you to understand Odoo holistically. It's good for everyone to learn how businesses really work and all aspects of a business, accounting, inventory, just in small bits. It's good to know, it's good to be a master of, not a master of all trades. What's the saying? Jack of all trades, yeah. You should be a jack of all trades. You should know at least a little bit of everything, okay? And then we also have a business game that we call Scale Up, just to make learning more fun. And then lastly, we do company visits. So JSAC actually came, I think Masai Mara University coming to our office. We've had several, ZTech members also came to our office. Who's come to our office from here? None of you? Okay, those are business students. You've come to our office? Okay. Yeah. So we also invite students to come to our offices. You see how our office looks like, how a tech firm works, what departments are there, what career opportunities can you get. And out of it, we also, provide free lunch and breakfast. So It's very exciting. Yeah, those are the things that we do. So again, learning a system like this is only at your advantage. Because I remember I got my first job because in my CV I had written that I have experience with certain tools, and those are the tools that those companies were looking for. Okay, so it's only at your advantage. Try and seek out the knowledge, and if you have any questions, you can reach me. The JSAC members also have my contacts. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kama unaposhita tumepeleka kidogo tumpige makofi jamani. Good, good. From my tribe, we say it is very good to know how to run business. You can guess the tribe I am from. Huh? Ati? Yeah. So watu hapa hivi kwa hapo kwa mountain. We like knowing how business is run. For the sake of? Huh? Good, good. Good. For the sake of money. So right now, we're going to have a panel discussion. But then I'm going to call Mr. Masawa, the Secretary General, to take us through that. Sirio, please be ready to learn. Begin makofi kija. Good, 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 good.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our next conversation centers on a very timely and important role. We're going to be having a panel discussion on the theme, empowering media students for transformational governance. We are going to have invited guests on board. We're going to have Andrea Otieno, the program officer, civic and governance and civic education at Emerging Leaders Foundation. We are also going to have David Indeje from the Kenya Union of Journalists. Please help me in welcoming Andrea Otieno and David Indeje to the podium.
Good morning. Good morning again. Good morning. Siwasikimi mpaka tuniwasikie. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Karibuni sana our guests. For those who were not here yesterday, my name is Kansai Emmanuel. I'm so happy to have this very panel simenga Rama. What do you guys think? Out of 10? Hey, huyo mwenye amesema hiyo namba mbaya. How are you dressed? See, so far so good, they are okay, right? Yes, so we're going to try and make this panel as engaging as ever. And the theme, as we have been told, is empowering media students for transformational? Okay, you guys were not listening. Transformational? Exactly. So, thank you all so much. And for those who don't know, at my far left, that is the Secretary General of JSAC. His name is Michel Masawa. Thank you so much for also being here. I'm going to introduce the rest of the panel briefly so that you can also know their bio. Sawa. So that I'm not here with people who you don't know what they do, right? And trust me, they do very big things. We have Mr. Andrea Otieno. Thank you so much for joining us. He's a program officer, governance and civic engagement, Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa. I'm sure most of you know it as ELF Africa. He works at the intersection of youth leadership, governance and civic participation. His focus is building inclusive platforms where citizens, especially us, the young people, ask the young people. Exactly, can hold institutions accountable, known for his energy and versatility. You can go to his LinkedIn page and you'll see more details about him there. Our other guest is Mr. David Indeje. I hope I pronounced it right. Indeje. Indeje, right? Okay. He's the project's coordinator, Kenya Union of Journalists. I'm sure we all know that, right? Kenya Union of Journalists. We know that, right? I hope so. And communication specialist with 7 years of experience. Makofi. Exactly. So David works at the intersection of journalism as well, digital rights and governance, and he has engaged with Kenya ICT Action Network and is a media and tech advocate, exploring how AI and digital tools shape journalism. So now you know, right? Now you know. Is that correct? So we're going to immediately delve into the topic, empowerment, and I feel it's more appropriate for us to just start off with defining empowerment. And maybe in your own words you could define what empowerment, empowering media means in Kenya and Africa at large right now, because we are in an era where media freedom has really declined, and we get to ask ourselves, like the other day there was a report by Reporters Without Borders, where Kenya's ranking in 2022 when it comes to media freedom, we are at 177 currently in 2025, and in the year 2022 we were at position 69. So what is not happening? So maybe by defining empowering media, you can maybe define it in your fields, in your different fields. Yes.
Thank you so much. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Kansai Emmanuel.
Kansai. Yes, Kansai, thank you for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here for the very first time. I come from a background where we have a problem with the word empower, because empower means people do not have power. You're the one who, like, igniting the power from the word go. So we talk about strengthening or capacity strengthening instead. And I think media, despite the challenges that we've had in the past, we have regimes that sometimes have tried to actually diminish the power of the media. We have countries where we do not have freedom as what we enjoy here in this country. Even just our neighbors here, I don't want to mention them, they could be in the room. Their media is not as powerful as we are, And even the United States that sometimes we look at and say, this is a free country, it's a freedom of speech, is so much given a lot of prominence. Just the other day, Jimmy Kimmel was almost getting fired because the president does not like his kind of jokes or misinterpretation, and that happening in the USA tells you a lot about the media, the current regimes that we are having in the world. So I feel that we need to refocus. Whatever you're calling empowerment means, the people in the room here today are the people that we need to tell that this is the future of journalism. The mainstream media does something very little nowadays, which is just to verify. If I got some news somewhere from Tuko, from maybe Mitch's status, and I want to verify whether it's true or not, I'll go to the mainstream media, maybe Citizen, and confirm that. So we need to start having conversation with these ladies and gentlemen in this room today and remind them the role they play, but also strengthen their capacity so that they can go so much deeper and so much higher to do the job of reporting what is happening or representing communities. That would be my definition of empowerment.
Good. Mr. David, maybe you can also give us your definition when it comes to empowering media, also from your field.
Good morning once again. Okay, for purposes of this meeting, I want to make first a disclaimer. I'll not talk as the Kenya Union of Journalists. Why? Yes, I do work there, but I'll talk as a representative of where I am today and how the invitation came, because I'm representing the CEO of the Kenya ICT Action Network, that is Kitanet, where I'm dressed. She's out. She's actually she was attending another event related to media freedoms. It was being held in Namibia, for people who know about, it's called FIFA 2025. And as journalists, you need, I'll just say, try to learn something around it, because they also provide opportunities for young journalists just to be trained free. They provide everything. And the people who host that, they are headquartered at Kampala, Uganda. So, I work as a communications officer for Kiktanet. At Kenya Union of Journalists, I work as a program, so, but professionally, I'm a journalist. I've worked for print and broadcast. Now I do digital, so it's a 360 turn. So to your question about empowerment, for me, I will not go to what he said because it's power, but I'll speak in terms of journalism and communications. Already you are students for journalism. Let me just say journalism. I'll not say communications. It's a big field out there. Journalism. You've been told about the power that is vested for us on behalf of the society, isn't it? So, for me, empowerment is the community well informed? So for me, in terms of empowerment, I'll just say, do people have trust in you to believe in what comes from you, whichever channel? Because journalism never changes. And currently, the biggest thing that we are grappling in our world is just trust. Because of technology, a lot of misinformation. Today we are talking about AI and so much. So the small thing that people are asking, will I trust whatever comes from you or not? So for me, empowerment is all about, are you informed to make that judgment? To make an informed judgment. That's why in journalism, they also teach us issues to do with critical thinking, things to do with psychology. I don't know if ZTech does that. Critical thinking, psychology, learning, so that whatever you do, you can make your own informed decisions, so that the same way it can be translated to the people whom you want to believe you and what you are sharing. Or they'll say in Historia Jaba, as the society says. So for me, it's all about trust.
Okay, Mr. SG, could you also mind, telling us also empowering media to you? What do you think that is now that you are also a student exiting university? Maybe you can elaborate.
Okay, in my opinion, empowerment can be understood as the process of becoming stronger and more independent. When we engage, we can do this through civic engagement, and lately we've been seeing the many citizens engaging in civic engagement, especially politically. Yeah, through these forums, we get to be informed, and by that we make decisions that safeguard our interests as individuals. Yeah.
Good. Very objective answers from you people. And today we are in a society where we just ask ourselves, how are we going to empower media so that we can reach a space where it is not being used to silence, but it's being used to spread the message out there? Are we able to trust it? Is it inclusive? Is it future ready? That's the question most of the people out here ask currently, and the generation that is also evolving. You can't just tell them one thing and they just believe you automatically. Also, the threats that are also in media, something that we cannot go without saying. I mean, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission recently reported that how will I name it? What's the word? There's increased acts of censorship when it comes to media. And I mean, the question that we're going to go on with this panel right now is, what's the biggest threat media faces currently? Maybe legal, political, financial, or even digital? Because maybe also in your answer you can try and tell us, how far has self-censorship gone over the years? Because it's something that's affecting us currently in our country, and in Africa we've been seeing news where governments are trying to overturn the media in some ways. Yeah.
Thank you so much. When you're framing that question, there's so many things in my mind, and one of the things that it's actually a revelation. It just came when I was listening to you speak. You know, we are used to systems or governments that had like got scot-free with a lot of things. Leaders who told us one thing today, tomorrow they said a different thing, and people who raised maybe before the era of the internet and information, you realize that there were no receipts, you know. But now we are in a generation where we can remind the president something he said in 2015, and we're going to have a screenshot and share with him, this is what you said. And therefore, media has played this role of reminding people that this is what these guys were saying, because that is the current media has got that responsibility, because there are more younger people, like people we are having in this room here today, that are tech savvy. They know you tweeted this 10 years ago. We can go back and remind you, now you're saying this, okay? So many regimes now find themselves having their egos being brushed or, you know, rubbed the wrong way, because the media does not take, allow me to say this, BS that used to be entertained in the past. So we are in an era where they are not going scot-free with things that they said, and therefore who are doing this job? It is the media. So the media becomes the enemy of most regimes. I'll use still the Jimmy Kimmel case study. You know what he said about the late Kirk. You know, it's not something that is out of this world. We have many times had Kirk himself advocate for this the gun rights and stuff like that. Then he dies by the very guns that he's been advocating for. So even the statement was very correct, and that is what regimes do not like, because you people in this room have the receipts, and those receipts hurt them. Yeah, so that's where the threats come from.
Maybe you can also elaborate more on that.
I'll want us to first go back and to how you began.
Yeah.
Why is it that the state of media freedoms in Kenya keep on declining year in, year out? And because you are communication students, we have 25 laws. 25, huh? They are enacted, there are 25 of them in Kenya. And those laws, they are as old as the colonial time. They have never been revised or amended after the 2010 Kenyan Constitution. The only thing that at least was changed was the penal code, slightly. But as long as those laws still exist, we will never move a notch higher in terms of media freedoms or the state of media freedoms in Kenya. For example, do you know that we have a law that is called books and newspapers? Before, the newspapers and the books that are usually published and taken to the to a newspaper vendor or to the bookshops, it's a requirement that they need to go first to the state for them to be verified. Remember, a long time ago, there are books that, like, the late Professor Ngugi, there are some books that were never published here in Kenya because of those examples of laws. So we have 25, 26 of them. And if you want to read more around them, they're available within our regulator, the Media Council of Kenya. They have that booklet, and it needs to inform you on certain things. There are certain things that we do each and every day, but if that law was invoked, you'll still go to prison, etc. It's just that wanna brush, but they exist. And then today we have what we call the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, and we have two sections which are very problematic in any way. sections 22 and 23. And that is why you see everybody getting arrested for something that they published. Last week, the DCI arrested one of my colleagues. He works for the Standard Media, all the way from Kisii, because of something that he did. He was trying to verify some information from a judge in court around a certain case. Now he has been arrested on allegations that he was an accomplice. I can't go so much into these details. During the protests 2024, even this year, look at how many people are being arrested because of the work or the messages that you have been doing. And the allegations that the DCI kept on saying was the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. Is it yesterday or today? Parliament passed Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes, but I need to go and find out which one, because there have been so many of them. So that is just an example of how it is happening. But why is it that all those people who get arrested, they are always let go of? It's because of Article 34, 35 of the Kenyan Constitution that gives us freedom of the media, freedom of expression, although it has also its own limitations. Because you cannot legislate the truth. My truth is different from your truth. And that's why in media they say plurality of information. That's why we have as many as 200 radio stations across the country. We have so many media outlets because of plurality of information. Everybody has their own truth. And how you distinguish that, it cannot be determined. Because my truth is mine, yours is yours, depending on how you heard or how you internalized it. For example, there is always an experiment that is usually made. Like, I whisper one word to her, and then she whispers to the rest. And at the end of the day, you will find that the same word that was whispered at the inception, towards the end, it has its own meaning, isn't it? So, I would have given as many examples as possible because they exist. But bottom line is, we have 26 laws in Kenya. They affect our work. We have our Kenyan Constitution, very robust, and we need just to remain steadfast and maintain it. But when you say surveillance, how does surveillance happen? It's through your phones. How many people have read an article on any platform, and then when you go to read it again, unapata imeandikwa, it's being re-edited. You can no longer see it. Even this year at Kiptanet, when was it June 25th, the commemoration of the 2024 protest, when we had, because we do a lot of monitoring around internet shutdowns, we are part of a coalition that it's called Keep It On. We try to ensure that the internet remains open regardless of whatever circumstances. Today in Africa, we have at least 26 countries that do not have internet. The closest that I can come to is Sudan. They have not had internet for quite a while. And the UN says, under the UN Declaration of Human Rights, they say the internet is a right, so it should never be shut down. But on 25th, there was a lot of throttling. You could not do a lot until the government had to switch off 2 signals of television stations, which was wrong. But it's not the first time that it has happened. It has happened before. It has happened during President Mwai Kibaki's tenure, when the Standard used to be at the I&M building. It has happened even during Moi's tenure. It is happening even in President William Ruto's time. And even as you say you are Gen Z, whatever is happening here has also happened before in the past. How many people know of Advocate Senior Counsel Paul Muite? He was a Gen Z. How many know of Senator Orengo? How many know of even our former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, how many more of the detainees who were killed during the 1982 coup in Kenya? They were university students, they were Gen Zs. So whatever that is happening here is not that it has not happened in Kenya, it has happened. And they have paid the price. The same way in our current times, many youth have paid the same price. So it's not that it is a new phenomenon. The only phenomenon that is happening today is because we have these devices. That time they only had radio, and radio, television. It used to work from, I think, from noon, and then by 9 it's done. That's how media used to exist then. So it's just, what do I say? There's this phrase that they say, same forest, same monkeys. I'm not getting the phrase right. But whatever happened then is happening today. Different causes. That time it was multi-party. Today is about what? Accountability. We are telling the government, it's not the change that we just want you to listen to us. But the cost that we are paying is surveillance. Unashikwa, unawekwa ndani. The beauty about today, we have the Law Society of Kenya and so many Amnesty International, ELF and partners. I know they do a lot of work, but behind the scenes, where they come and to defend you in court. Back then, it was not as easy as it is today. If they get the SG here being arrested at the entrance, umeshapiga picha, umeshika SG wetu, kidogo kidogo, alarms. There are those people who, I don't know how they call it in your world, rapid response. It's called RRIs, rapid response. And people will be ready to come and defend him. That's the world that we exist in today. But surveillance will always remain. And for me, you are journalists, you are students. For me, I'll just say, be proactive when these changes are happening and stamp out. And how do you remain proactive? People like ELF, they do a lot of education. For me, I will say, participate in those public participations, make submissions.
Yes.
Tuma. Hizo vitu zote.
Good. Thank you so much. Before Mr. SG, you say something. I think with the suspension of live broadcasts recently being witnessed in our country, we can also just shift that into technology and digital transformation. Recently, the Communications Authority, just as you've cited, did order that certain media stations, their networks were brought down because they were aired live protests. I mean, the question here we just have to ask ourselves is, how is digital media changing, and both as an opportunity and also as a threat? Maybe you can start from there as we go on. Yeah.
First, in response to the question you had asked earlier on the way government is censoring media houses against us, live streaming of protests, it is a brazen attack to media, and it is something very disturbing. We should not just focus on the freedom of information. We should enforce the freedom of information. Secondly, we should abolish criminal defamation and libel. And as Ingrid Betancourt once said, that the truth is like a lion. You don't need to defend it, you just let it loose. And that is what media does. So I don't see any offense in what the media is doing. I think the government is overstepping on our role as journalists. So we are doing what we do. And yeah, nobody likes the truth. That's it.
Okay, good. Maybe you can also just go on with, because it was just after a lot of condemnation that they had to roll back their directive. I don't know, as media, maybe you can also give us your view, both as a great opportunity and as a threat. Yeah.
Number one, there's a law that states that when you are doing any live broadcast, you should stagger for at least, it should have a staggering mechanism. Meaning, even if it is live, if you who is on the field as a journalist, transmitting the same to the studio, the main editor who is in the studio has the obligation. There's a delay mechanism. I think it's, if I'm not wrong, it's either 10 seconds or 3 minutes. It has to have a delay factor. Why a delay? So that there are certain things that you should not also, what we call, incite to violence. And that is our role. You should not, yes, it's happening, but there's it's called, in immediate, it's called, I'm forgetting. If I get the word, I'll get it. Like, what's for the best interest of the society? Would you, it's like your decision as a human being. Would you let it to go, or you hold? Because there are certain things, if you just transmit it the way it is, it will spark a flare, like what happened to the Rwanda genocide. Eh? So we have a delay mechanism. But in terms of shutting the live feed, that was not right. And that's why this thing has happened before. The C has already been taken to court, and there was a judgment, I think, during the, who remembers the protests that the former Prime Minister used to have? Mandamanos, those, yeah. There was also a similar, there was a ruling on what needs to be covered and not need to be covered. So the same rule still applies to the protests. But in terms of digital media, it's double-edged sword. Look at it the way she also presented the Odo. A lot of things. Eh? So digital media, the same way with how Odo is optimizing efficiency. Let me just say optimizing efficiency. Digital media helps you to optimize, to have efficiency, technology. At the same time, the opportunity that it gives to somebody like you and I is to learn more. Like today we are talking, let me for example say, today we are talking about AI. Data shows that over 80% of journalists in newsrooms are using AI. But only 8% have been taught about AI. 8. What does that mean? Having the tool and not having the knowledge will not help you at the end of the day. The same, look at it the way she was presenting the Odo. So many processes, but if you don't have the knowledge around them, it's obsolete. Let me give you an example. I don't know if it is Deutsche Welle or it's CNN. CNN, they are looking for a reporter for the Sub-Saharan Africa, but to be based in the London office. And when you look at how they are framing the job itself, believe you me or not, you need to be like a one-man army on its own. I remember when I was working, there used to be only one CNN journalist, only one. Currently, he was relocated. He works through the Middle East, but we only had one. He had a namesake like mine, David. I can't remember the second one. The guy will set up the camera like that, do his own work, akwa na mtu, alone. You as a journalist, newsrooms today they are saying convergence. Are you able to go to the field, use your own phone to shoot, do your recording, file a story, write for radio, write for television, at the same time if there's a newspaper, you also file for the same. Are you able to do that? That is the new world that we are living in today. And that is the opportunity that the media is giving us. But it's to optimize efficiencies. Let me tell you the truth. Newsrooms are shrinking. MediaMax, that is Cap Media. How many people are laid off last month or this month? The announcement? How many? How many? Your people want to come to our world. But if you don't understand the world that we exist in, then it becomes difficult. Cap Media, that is MediaMax, they have Inoro, People Daily, and so many other outlets laying off. Standard Media Group is undergoing the same problem. Many people are being laid off. The BBC also laid off quite a big chunk of their journalists from the Nairobi Bureau. The Nairobi Bureau is the biggest within the East and South. It's their biggest office. If I visit there once in a while, it's empty. They have like 2 floors. One floor is extremely empty with empty computers. The only office that exists, if you go there, you'll find the people who cover DRC, Somali. They have a very small team. You'll find them there. What does this say? It says there is so much that is needed for us because of technology. Like, can you do more than what you are just learning? And I was also surprised when she asked how many people are business, are journalism students, and they're doing some business. For me, if I have to give an example, I got my first job before I graduated from the university, because I used to do my own writing. I used to write letters to the editor, make my small commentaries, send to Nation, Standard, etc. So before I was graduating, I had already gotten a job. Even during the graduation day, I didn't attend. I just went there to pick my gun, go take the photos, and continue with my own life. That's how I started my journalism world. But you have to start very early. Learn the ropes. You will not learn the ropes when you are already there. Learn. You have the power of technology. You have the power of phone. Just experiment small things. And full thing, you have new platforms. How many people are like, let's say for example, LinkedIn, Bishop Fans? They have a page. You can write your own stories there. You can do Substack. You can do emails. You can use your own YouTube platforms. Generate some nice content. That's how people start seeing you and your work. And then they believe that is the power. And then you learn new things as you move on.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Maybe now you can also touch on how you think the digital transformation have been evolved, because it's coming up very fast. It's both an opportunity and also a threat. Yeah.
We are agreeing it's growing, and growing very fast. Maybe one thing you're not saying is why are these mainstream media houses facing the challenge? The reason is that they stopped being the main source of information. If you ask this room today how many people watched TV last night, I think there are very few. I can't remember the last time I actually switched on my TV just to watch news. I watch news on YouTube. I select what I want to watch, but there are so many other people who are doing the job. People are now watching more podcasts, and even like Spotify has got the podcasts where you listen to conversations if you don't want to watch them. So the future of media actually it's not going to be mainstream. It will be individual people who are taking responsibility to go on site and record whatever they want to record. Then sensational news is also like taking part, what we call tea. You want to hear the gossip here, hapakule. Those are the things that maybe are interesting the current generation. So it's a very big issue that we can talk about, but I think everyone else has learned. If you see Akina, Dr. Kingori going solo, City the other day left Spice FM, started their own. Latif might leave Fixing the Nation and start his own podcast, and they will have more followers. Look at Larry Madowo, for instance. The news, the sections that he's covering got more views when he's sharing it on his own platform as compared to the CNN main platform. What does that tell you? It is the individual journalist doing the job. That's the future. I think the threat is that you see these AI-generated videos. The other day I was watching a statement by some celebrity, and I took it so seriously until later when I was I saw it on a comedy somewhere that actually it was not him talking, and for me, I took that so seriously, you know. So those are the existing threats. The AI coming with even video generating softwares that they can share there online. So maybe we are in an era of too much information, and the power now, the currency is on verifying. How can you verify that this is true or this is not true?
Okay, sorry for interjecting. So I responded to the first question you asked, and I requested if you can give me some time to internalize and respond to the second question you asked concerning the digital transformation. So digital transformation in the field of media is something good, but we should be careful because we live in an era of misinformation which is full of AI-driven narratives. And according to a report conducted by the Media Council of Kenya in 2022, it says that only 15% of journalists have received formal training on AI literacy. So we are still behind, and we need to bridge the gap. So we need to be informed because information is power. Yeah.
Good. I actually did not have the correct data. I was going to actually say that right now, but I thank you because you brought it up. Maybe we can now switch gears to finances now in the media. Oh, yeah.
I'm an advocate of progressive media. I agree with him. I agree with him in terms of what is changing. What is changing in media is consumptions, is how people want to consume things. It's also a danger to you people who consume news from different platforms. Why? For example, currently the biggest danger is how our algorithm is changing on different platforms, be it on your TikTok, be it on your Instagram, be it on your website, be it on your YouTube. The algorithm keeps changing based on what you are watching, isn't it? And that one puts you in a silo. You are siloed, meaning your worldview gets boxed into a single worldview. And because you only choose what you want to consume. Number two, yes, citizen journalism is a big thing today because in Kenya we have like how many accredited journalists? 10,000, 14,000 there. Those registered at the Media Council of Kenya, against a population of over 50 million Kenyans. 14,000 Kenyan journalists cannot serve the entire population. That's why we have citizen journalists. But what cuts them, what sets them apart? Journalists are able to provide meaning as to what is happening within a given society. And that's why they always say you are the mirror of the society, because you have to provide meaning as to what is happening. It is what we call media. We thrive through what we call mapping. Like the newspaper that has been sent to Nyanza region or Western region, the front page is totally different from the same newspaper that has gone to the coastal region of Kenya, because they are looking at what are the unique needs of those particular people within that particular region. So media will remain as the center source of truth, because against everything that is happening, people still go to the media because it's trusted. Currently at 68%. Although it has dropped slightly, but at 68%. My train of thought has just slipped. That means, yes, in as much as we consume your news on YouTube, etc., but there are journalists in the newsrooms who are doing that work. There are people doing that and providing better meanings. And that is why I believe the new trends that are happening in technology, we have Cloudflare, for example. How many people know Cloudflare? If you have websites, I have a website. I own my own news website. Yes. Cloudflare is one of the biggest innovations for news outlets today. Why? If your website passes through it, it limits AI crawling. Because with AI, copyright infringement, it's called copyright infringement, it steals your information to feed their databases. But through Cloudflare, it's helping news platforms to maintain their copyright. Another thing that is happening is the laws. Currently, we are having laws that are limiting how much AI platforms can access this information. Because knowledge is not just free. Knowledge, data is money. People from Ondo will tell you, with data, that is money. That is money. So, your own data going to AI means you are losing money. When you go to Australia, they have a very robust kind of framework for their media people, whereby these tech platforms pay a revenue to those media outlets because of the data that they collect from there. The same was happening in Canada, but it didn't go very well. Africa is still doing that, but we had progress from the South African market, where they at least they made some step over on how they can now gain something from this tech platform. But I think that it's a spillover to the next.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Indeje. I don't know why I keep sleeping that name, but I will get it. Let's switch gears quickly because of time into financial sustainability. And I mean, we've been having conversations about ads, subscriptions, grants, and also crowdfunding. The question is, how can the Kenyan media stay alive without compromising its independence with regards to finances? And most of the people who are maybe starting out alone and have never done this before might ask, can we even trust the donors who want to come in and help me, get my brand somewhere? And I think we can start with you, Mr. Andrea.
Just very recently, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine about who finances the media houses. Media houses are now run like the clubs we go to. Clubs have the shortest life, and if you don't have people who are we call cleaning money there, then it can't survive 2 years. Most clubs that genuinely you just say, I can't use money, let me go set up some club for my good maybe. It doesn't last longer if you don't have people investing in it. And if you look at the media houses, that's the future. Look at maybe the Royal Media Services. Macharia has got businesses that he's running, and he's always trying actually to be on the right side with the government, or sometimes not, but he has to really toe the line in a certain way to just get the ads, Safari community side. So there are big farms that actually run the media houses. So when we talk about the financing aspect, my heart is really close to these young people who are starting the podcasts. And I'm seeing a lot of funding. For example, Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa funded one of the burning podcasts that sparks the governance conversations. Let me just say governance conversations, and that is the future now. We are having so many other organizations, Power 254, for instance. They're creating spaces for young people, like the guys who are in the truth, to go and host their shows there. So I look at it from a point of the development aspect, that the development space would think of now funding maybe the budding podcast, but we have to now, as young people, we have to learn the power of collaboration. After Trump regime, I think one of the greatest things I've learned in my department, because I was actually at the verge of losing my job, because 50% of my program was being funded by USAID, and I was like, okay, now what's the future? Then I realized that organizations need to start fundraising jointly. So I have managed to stay on my job because I thought of that, and I did a proposal with Siasa Place, and we're now concurrently running a program together, which is co-created. So the people in this room who have got the future with, I want to start my podcast, or even you don't have to start, you don't have to be the face of the podcast. You can create your own. There are directors here. Journalism is broad. So if you want to create a thing, it's about time to start thinking collaboration. Because just like the bars, if you don't have somebody cleaning your money, the money in that club, it's not going to survive. The mainstream media are run by the big companies like Safaricom, even government. Those are the people who are making them stay on the job. If you don't have that, think about fundraising. Maybe the development world is very open for young people to actually fundraise.
Yes, Mr. Injeje, because of time, very briefly, maybe you can also give your point of view there.
Okay, yesterday, once in a while, I usually share some insights, what's happening in the media. So my latest was media has evolved continuously. Evolution and disruption are constant. They will remain constant. Regardless, they will remain constant. To survive, journalism must be nimble, fit, and ready to evolve. The community has always improved journalism, engaging the institution. Why am I saying the community? The community holds their trust in us. If we are doing the right thing, they will always come to support us. Let's go back to where we started with this introduction. Community, society, to understand if a society is progressive, always look at the state of the media. Countries where the media is under siege, there's a lot of problems. If you are, for example, watching in Ethiopia, you are not as serious as it is. This applies to if you are a journalist working in our neighboring country, Uganda. The same applies to if you are working as a journalist in Tanzania. The same also applies if you are working journalist in Rwanda. Countries are perceived to be very free. They aren't. If journalists. So as a society, how progressive it is in the media. But number one, two things. Number one, first your classes, after this, people don't understand how the media works. There is a lot of misunderstanding about how media works. They do a little bit, and they do the business bit. They do a little bit is what drives the business. Without good editorial, businesses will not come. Yes, I know. The government is the biggest advertiser when it comes to advertising. But advertising has been really shrinking over the years because of technology. And I for example, today, media. There's a section health, agriculture. They are funded. They are supported by people who believe in the kind of work they are doing. And when they give money, the money is meant to call it. The editorial style. Editorial defense of the community. The business is totally different. And when you come now to like for me, I have my own business website. It took me how many years? Two. To get my first class. But I keep on writing consistently, providing me like what is my niche when it comes to industry. Journalism has become niche based. Today you are getting a class. That goes covering politics, political journalists. That goes covering business, Julian. But Julian is a journalist. But he's gonna father. He's done something in business. So it's not just journalism that you do. That will help. I have my colleagues, my friends who work together. They are on media outlet that has help. They get funding for help. He spoke governance. There are people who are find governance people like some left. They do specific. For example, on my own business, currently, I'm working with startups in different ecosystems, and how they fund everything. So to prepare they are providing money for me and my team to be able to go to the field and start how that money help them. But the money that I receive is affecting my that's what will maintain business. Something something else that is happening just you going maybe which it's not easy to ask Start get money. Newsroom, they are talking about Google, Microsoft, to get the share of money, channels. That's why we have people who are X. How many people get money after a week? I have friends who get money. I've never that should. TikTok. How many are getting money? How many? Money. Based on your content. So start low, but those low-hanging fruit. Yeah. But when you are in a newsroom, what will distinguish the niche, your expertise, and two things that I want to leave as I give the microphone. Learn interviewing skills and communication skills. Interviewing, communication skills. They will remain, and they are the ones that will keep on opening those nothing else.
Okay, Mr. Masa, because of time, maybe we can all close because of time. We have discussed a lot, but time was not on our side. And I'm sure in the field of empowerment, we have a lot that we can really lay down and just get more insights into, discussions. And very many. Maybe you can close as we go this very briefly because of time. Maybe with your take on how students could contribute to media empowerment. Very briefly, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Kansai. First, I don't know how I found myself in this panel discussion. It was a very heated, discussion. Thank you. I've learned a lot. As media students, we should be people who are proactive, and we should be versatile. We should get to know what we're doing, media ethics, and everything. Yeah, just that.
Mr. Ndeje, very briefly.
It's already mentioned. Ethical. Always verify your information. They look so archaic in the new world, but they are still the cornerstones of good journalism. Hata kama hujui story, maintain the 5 W's. Who, what, why, and why. Those 5, I can't remember them offhand. They'll always be your safeguard, because journalism never changes. It's all about facts.
Yes.
Mine will be easier again. I just say that there's this thing that guides my source of information, because I try to share a lot on my status, on my Facebook or LinkedIn, TikTok platforms. I say that in God we trust, in everyone else we verify. That is a very powerful line that guides me all the time. So let's always ensure that we verify. Yeah.
Thank you. Because of time, since they are still here, the audience, you can channel your questions through them personally. Due to time, that we will not be able to receive questions from the audience. But thank you so much, all of you, for making time to be here. I'm sure we've learned a lot, right? Yeah, about media empowerment. Okay, the conversation is wide because currently we are in a generation where media empowerment is, if I sit with you in the room, the conversation might never end. Just as ends in some rooms. So with that, I would like to give the Secretary General maybe to just close before the panel ends.
Thank you very much, Mr. It was quite an insightful panel discussion. We have learned so much from Andrea Otieno, the Professor of Education, He's also a podcaster. He runs a YouTube show known as the Noble Africa Show, where he shares inspiration of stories. And also thank David Indeji for taking his time to come and be part of the panel discussions. Thank you. Nothing else to say.
Yeah, let's rise up as we appreciate our panel. Let's appreciate our panel. We're gonna give them the claps that I taught you. So rain, showers, thunder. Yeah, that was a demonstration. It's seriously like people who are energetic, like people who have learned something here today. Rain, showers, thunder. Yes, thank you. Or you can just come back to the stage for a while to receive your gifts. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause, guys. The information we shared. You don't just get it on your whole day. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Andrea. A round of applause for Mr. Indeji. Makofi, come on, guys, come on. Yes, thank you.
Come on, appreciate them. Good. You've learned something? You got something? So right now we're going to have another panel discussion time. And we're going to be talking about transforming media skills into sustainable income. Transforming media skills into sustainable income. See your goal. Income is there. That panel is going to be shared by Madam Mercy. Excuse me. By Madam Mercy. Because of time. Come on, appreciate her as she comes. Appreciate her.
Good morning. I believe it's still morning, right? Good morning. Again, apologies for taking so much time. I'd like to introduce my 3 panelists and also give a brief on their bio because you have to know ni kina nani wanaongelesha, right? So the first panelist for this panel is Mrs. Kimberly, and she is a Director of Partnerships at Career Kickstart KE. She's also a small business owner, and she's also for cocktails and conversations. Please give her a round of applause. We also have Umi, who was here earlier. She is an education officer and a sales consultant at Odoo, and she's also a digital manager. She was a digital manager. So, Umi, please, you can join us. And we have Sandy Thomas, who is a graphic design consultant and also a brand consultant at Center for Global Health and Impact. And my name is Masudo, as you've been told. I am the Deputy Secretary General for Journalism Society of Kenya. And start our conversation, I will first love to pass the mic to each of my panelists for just 1 minute to give us a bio of themselves, because I feel like I've not done justice to who you are and what you do, because you have bigger bios. So I'll pass the mic for just a minute. I think we can start with Sandy because you're closer to the mic.
Good morning again. I believe everyone is morning, but I can say what they have depleted this for the morning. pole sana. I think it was supposed to be a break, so kama tumekatisia the break.
Tumekasirika sana, but we'll make it up to you guys. Sindio, I will talk to the SG. He must do something for this guys. I'm blaming them because they came late. But we'll make it up to you guys after this. We'll have a break for snacks and then we'll proceed with the rest of the program. Yeah.
Comrade. So my name is Sandy Thomas, and I'll be interacting from different languages coming from my position right now, and understanding the perspective of you being a student and also being someone who is on ground as a member of digital media and also in the normal world jana. So my background, as it has been mentioned, I'm not a consultant, but initially started off as a graphic designer 10 years ago, and I'll be participating in also giving insights through that journey, and my journey into media, and my journey also right now as a student of communication at the University of Nairobi, which I'm taking journalism and communication studies. Also, I have experience working with over 400 companies in terms of brand consulting, design work, campaign strategies, and a lot to do also with communication and media engagement strategies. Apart from that, I still work with content creators and which we call the creative industry largely, with my CV widely spreading from the creative levels of Crazy Kenya, Mongai Live, some sort of branding, and some different content creators that we are still working together, which I will not mention here, but I will give examples of the interact. Apart from that, I have a very big passion for reproductive sexuality, health and rights, which I've done for over 7 years, interacting with young people and also acting as a space for change and impact, which has introduced as apart from the events industry. How many of you know Kala Festival in Kenya? Very hand. So I was initially one of the pioneers of Kala Festival, which span East Africa currently, from Kenya, Uganda, and some parts of Rwanda. Apart from that, I think we get to interact more, and those are just an example of the media career. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is you spoke to some of you earlier, but you can call me Mimi. I did communications at So yeah, I did communications at Strathmore University. Any Strathmore? No? Sorry. I'm representing. Yeah, I did communications and now I work as an education officer at Urdu. I already introduced Urdu, but with education what we do is just connecting students to the business world by making their learning practical. That's what I do. And just before Ms. Kimberly goes, I had a very funny question, since we all do journalism here, or the journalism students. So what does news stand for? What does news stand for? What does news stand for? Because that's the first thing you learn in school.
Okay, I'm Rita from Goya. The question is what did news stand for? News stands for something that is current or that is happening current.
Yeah, so I guess not a lot of people know this, but news is an acronym. News is new, then entertainment, weather and sports, right? So in our current media scene, we have new, we have entertainment, and we have sports. Does anyone know why we don't have weather anymore? Do you guys see the weather on the news anymore? No? They should just call it less. No, not less. Especially in Kenya. Anyway, that's the question I have. Just food for thought.
Maybe you can complete by telling us first when you see the weather anymore.
Maybe we have the other one. Yes, but the weather is more one update every week, like the way we look at it.
So, I'm Kimberly, or Kim, and I'm here at the capacity of Career Kickstart Kenya, which is a company I founded with and Career Kickstart Kenya, we founded it because we realized we were working in consultancy that there's a gap in terms of the skill set that graduates are entering into employment. So we realized that we need to do something about this so that we can make it easier for that to close that gap between education and employment, particularly for graduates and young professionals. So how do we help you assimilate easier into the workforce? And it's not just based on your tangible or technical skill sets, but also the skill sets that Mr. was talking about, communication, interviews. We provide those career development services for you to be able to work, to thrive when you get into work. So communication, interview, we help you with your CVs, we help optimize your LinkedIn profiles. We help you with job search strategies once you come out of university. So those are the kind of services we provide to the likes of the individuals in the room.
Thank you. And we're talking about transitioning all the skills into making an income, and that's sustainable income. And I think I'll start with you, Mr. Salih. Talked about maybe working with a few of the content creators who we've seen make an income. You talked about somebody like Ngai, who's also a journalist, like restaurants. And my first question to you would be then, how can young creatives, how can young creators like who in this room maybe leverage the analytics that you have, put in place in the apps they use, as well as maybe such engine optimization to advance their creative skills and maybe start making an income for that.
Thank you so much. And I think from my perspective, I like digging issues from the root cause rather than dealing with surface level, because if I give the surface level solution, you will have to start with understanding the root of how to tackle the problem itself. And that is what we bring into the conversation of us talking to ourselves and asking ourselves. You are a media student. Are you to end up as a media employee? Or do you understand with the digital value that you are a media startup for the world go? So my encouragement to us here is just to understand if I'm coming here as a media startup, because that's how I start building a brand for the world go. From there is when I start coming to the field of now developing it into value, because if I want to join the business of analytics, I have to have value, I have to understand strategies, and I have to be a storyteller. So if you don't understand that concept, then you won't believe you have analytics. That's why you see most of these content creators who have hacked. You see someone from engineering, from a very different from civil hospitality. But how they know how this is analytics is to understand how to build their own product. And you will end up labeling the industry saying that you don't support, you're not employing, you're not encouraging those who have to do school for this particular study, but you're not setting up yourself for it as a business. So I'll just try and encourage us as in trying to approach the media space try as much as possible to understand the concept. You come out of this space or school or the training as a storyteller and you are very good. Then how do I ensure that whatever application you learn to the plate of the audience is looking at? Then there is the conversation of conversion. Can I make value out of it? And that now is selling part of your conversation. And we usually call it the M-Pesa circle. And that came very later on with TikTok, and it's very evident with the TikTok platform that people say they support, they put their number there, and people are trying to charge money. It's because of value. And you can have Instagram gave us numbers, Facebook gave us numbers, but there was no conversion into the pockets of anyone who was making the media product to them. But now, right now, we are standing at a very, very advantage, especially when TikTok came in to convert this conversation into value. Now I can now monetize my content, I can now turn these analytics into something tangible. I know what I'm supposed to create a content to relate with the audience in the structure that I'm looking at. And if you don't pay attention also to the demographic one, that is the tools that will be given from what conversation will be given by here. Like try to learn to understand the conversation will be data on your platforms. No, you speak to, you cannot speak to everyone. Then that is when you can have the proper ability to now convert it to bigger money. Because there is money and there is bigger money. Bigger money has to do with thinking down your audience. People have mastered this craft is the likes of Obina. Some of us might not even appreciate what he's saying. Especially coming from media school. You will be so judgmental about what these guys have to the audience. It's very awkward for what journalism looks like. But with him, he serves what he has understood from his analytics and what his audience look like. He had to exit it because he knew his audience is not analytic. He had to create a platform that serves his analytics. And he serves it over and over. From an county, Facebook, it's because he has understood his analytics properly and how to monetize it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is something that is standing out, and it was also mentioned in the previous panel, and narrowing down finding a niche. And I'll move to Umi, and I think we were having a discussion today, and she was telling me about her background in communication, and also in marketing, and this is... And this is something that interests me, or rather intrigues me, because I would like to understand from your experience in marketing, what are some of the things that are overlooked, that are really essential in the marketing strategies to turn your skills into value, or turn your skills into an income?
So we talked about digital, but even before I talked about digital, the fact that I'm sitting here today, I told you I'm an education officer, right? This is marketing. Me being here is marketing. I'm not just educating you because I just want to educate you and not have something in return. What I'm doing is marketing. The reason I'm telling you about what we do is so that you guys can in the future either start using Google as clients or recommend it to the companies that you work for. So that's the type of marketing that can be so overlooked at education. And I think that's very, very long term, right? And then I'll talk about digital. And I'm sure Ms. Kimberly will agree with me. So I'll ask you guys. So there's video and text content, right? Video and text, okay? And then in video, there's long term, there's short form, long form, and then there's just text, right? So if I tell you which platforms are popular for short term, so what would you say? TikTok, what else? Slack? Substack? What about X? X is also popular for text, right? Text media. Then, so you mentioned all of these platforms. Then we have a platform like LinkedIn. Okay? I think LinkedIn is so powerful because LinkedIn supports all these kinds of forms of media. Long form works on LinkedIn, short form also works on LinkedIn, and so does text. It does so well on LinkedIn. And so I know when the other panelists were here, we asked, but let's ask again and let's look at each other. How many of you have LinkedIn profiles? Let's look at the crowd, look at each other. How many are there? Almost everyone. Those three. Okay. So there's you guys. Then how many of you are active on LinkedIn? Are actively using LinkedIn? Not that many. And that's a shame. On LinkedIn is also one of those platforms that everybody doesn't mind being public. You know, you have Instagram, some of you can keep it private. But LinkedIn, you want to show off. So anyone can find you on LinkedIn. There are also LinkedIn influencers, and I'm sure maybe even he can attest to that. When influencers are giving out the information on what platforms they can promote your product, LinkedIn is also one of them. You know, there are LinkedIn influencers. Did you guys know that? Yeah? There's LinkedIn influencers. So I think LinkedIn is such a powerful place to start creating content to also get something in return. And then there's also the indirect. You know, I've got like 2 or 3 job offers just from LinkedIn. Like people have texted me, DM'd me on LinkedIn and said, hi, are you available for an interview? I got my first job because of LinkedIn. That's indirect, if not your own media skills to get the income. So I think there's that. And then I also think repurposing or reusing data or reusing content. Have you guys heard the phrase of good artists copy, but great artists steal? You guys don't know that one? So also repurposing data. So maybe if you find a video somewhere, take that video, put it on your platforms and say, I think this video has impacted me in this way. And that video is popular. It will probably come back to you in terms of what you can do with that kind of content. So repurposing, I would say, and then also LinkedIn. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And directly to Ms. Kimberly. From a career coach's perspective, what would you say something like email marketing does to maybe promote or create a brand, or generally in branding? How does that help into getting paid opportunities?
In terms of email marketing? Firstly, when it comes to email marketing, I'd be a little bit cautious because emails nowadays get spammed a lot. So I would be very, very cautious when using them. Don't just send out emails randomly. There's a strategy behind email marketing. You have to know why you're using it, particularly as an individual. And I know we've talked about having to look at yourself as an entity. I think it's important. Don't look at yourself as an individual. Look at yourself, particularly in journalism and media. You need to look at yourself as an business, as a brand. So when in terms of email marketing, be very strategic. Who you're sending an email to, why, the 5 W's. Why are you sending it to who? What results do you want from it? So that it just doesn't just land on somebody's desk and they're not sure what they want, what they're supposed to do with that information. So I would be very cautious when it comes to emailing people. Most times, if they don't know you, they'll probably ignore you. That's the reality. So I would refrain from it. I think I'll right back to what we were previously discussing about LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a highly useful tool, because it's seen more as like a professional media platform. And yes, we work with a lot of recruiters, and trust you me, they look at your profiles. So really be careful also what you're posting on there. Sometimes even if you have nothing to say, just repost, just as Umi was saying. Repost something, but not just for the sake of reposting. Like, people also want to know what your opinion is on the matter. So repost with your own comments. There's even a feature on LinkedIn where you can your own newsletters, by the way. And that's something that's really, really key, particularly for this within your industry. You can start a newsletter on LinkedIn, and you can do it on whatever subject area that you're into. It's health, beauty, gender issues, sports, whatever it is. And it's also a great place for you to connect with other like-minded individuals. And collaboration there would be highly, highly key as well. We talked about collaboration. So look for people who are doing similar things or have similar interests to you. Connect with them, find out where they're hanging out, what events are going on. And leverage LinkedIn. So email marketing, I would say, very strategic when it comes to it. Don't just send out random emails. I mean, how many of you even use emails now? How do you check your emails or use emailing? And what do you use it for? Right? Give me an example of an official communication. Yes. Okay. Like for corporate communication, basically. Other than that, right? Yes, for applying for jobs. But when it comes like one-on-one communication, I would very few people using emails now. So it's mainly for communication. For marketing, I would say.
And I love that you've touched on LinkedIn. That also goes to personal branding, which you've touched on. And a lot of the creatives struggle from freelancing to moving to a business that is more structured as a source of income. What are some of the steps you would advise on this? And so how that way also building the brand that you built through, LinkedIn, Instagram, and all that?
So personal brand is very important to mention because it sets you apart, right? There's so many of you who are graduates, yeah. And just from ZTech. Now imagine all the other media schools that people are graduating from as well. And digital media is great, but the reality is there's so many people doing the thing out there. How to distinguish yourself. So that's why we talk about personal branding and how to stand out proud. And the best way to do this is to have a mindset. Like, you need to literally stop seeing yourselves as individuals, yourselves as corporates, as companies, as entities. How you do that is by you start asking yourself, what value can I provide there? What is the value that I am providing to my niche? So we talk about niche a lot because the reality is not everybody will like that. You're not every cup of tea, and not everybody will listen to you. So for favor, understand that. So sometimes I think you graduate and you assume you're going to appeal to the mass. That's not the case. So you do a lot of groundwork in terms of identifying your target audiences. Okay? And make it authentic. And the other thing I want to have is authenticity. Don't do something because somebody else is doing it. And I know me. But there's a level of skills that can also be creative about it. Okay? What I mean by that is you could be somebody, for example, who's into cars, and we've Top Gear. I don't know if the guys there know Top Gear, which is like a huge car show for different cars, different stations. However, now imagine if you could customize that for the Kenya market. So what are the best cars you'd recommend for the Kenya market for 2026? You talk about the best places to source cars. So you provide you to a specific market based on your own personal interest. That's already about a niche. The same for females, okay? Whether it's in the health, beauty, whatever industry. So a lot of female influencers are there who are talking about fashion and all that. But then what about fashion for a student budget, So make what value are you providing for that specific niche based on your own interest, so that you're capitalizing on a market that you'll be able to serve based on your own personal experiences, which makes it more authentic for us. Because let me tell you, we all know what content looks like. It's the reality. You can tell when someone's really faking it, and then you tell, you know what, this is somebody who has an interest, they need to refine. Do your groundwork, identify where the gaps, how you can sense those gaps, and also look at your numerics. Okay, numerics are very important. We'll talk about statistics, numerics. But I think also don't follow the money from the beginning. The money will usually say the money will come once you remain authentic to your craft. You also really need to be extremely disciplined. Okay? You're not going to get 5 million views in the first year unless we have viral video boards. The key is consistency in your craft. You must remain disciplined. The people who actually make it later on are people who have grafted for years and years. You just don't know the backstory. But the reality is they've done groundwork and they've done it and they've really understood what the environment is requiring of them as an individual in terms of but even in terms of business. So pay attention to those key.
Thank you. And now back to Umi. On your profile, you identify as a storyteller as well. And I know there are a lot of people in here that are storytellers, are creatives, but it's a problem differentiating the business and the creative side. So how do you know side from the business side, especially when you want to make big decisions? I think of maybe the contract and the contract signing, but you need to choose the creative side. Are you going to maybe if the people who are funding this, because some of these projects you do as a creative are funded, if the people in these spaces maybe want to do certain things, but as a creative you feel like you want to own your story, how do you balance?
So I think that will depend on if you're your own boss or you're not. I mean, if you are of course you're in charge of your own content and be as creative as possible, because that's yours. But if you work for a company, for example, I work for Odoo, and I want to post something on Odoo social media, I do it just because I feel like doing it, or because that's what I want to do. I can't be self-self about it. I have to consider that Odoo itself has its own laws, its own regulations, and if Odoo doesn't find value in what I do, then I scrap it. And that's just the reality. You guys will go and start working for companies and you'll say, I have so many ideas, I want to give you my ideas. It's not worth it. You know the other person is not getting value from it also. It's just not worth it. And that's the reality. It's setting something, have a really good idea, and you want to go into your boss and your boss will say no. It's not making sense. And you just have to be okay with it. But you'll have to have your space. If you really good at something and you contribute, then it will be shown. In some way, it will explore your creativity. I know sometimes I do it in my presentations with how I do my presentation, but I have to present what the company has asked me to present, right? So I would say that.
Okay, Mr. Sunday, I would consider you an entrepreneur, right? But I would also consider that you've done a lot of networking well. You are. What do you think networking and collaborations? What part do they play really in making these skill-based careers more skillful? And then how do you then translate your social capital or the networks that you have into money, into an income?
Thank you. Maybe if you allow like 3 minutes, the topics that you've had with my two colleagues here. So I can first highlight the brand because I think it's just to top up an example, because we usually look to forums and we give people stories which they have been where you're seated right now and they know how it feels. But we like seeing the practical thing that we can give out as examples. I'll go back to my creative, fortunately, because I believe Liv is the best paid and the best content creator in East Africa. Best numbers, and also the bank speaks for itself. So with Crazy Kenam, when we are evolving this brand, I had to view a couple of things and also reflect what she has said exactly. Yes. I didn't want to disclose that. Unfortunately, she has disclosed. With Crazy, we started off with him 18, if I'm not wrong. And at the time, the brand was creator like any other campus student. Like where you are seated, you just start morning. Pale kwa hotel, you just shoot your content and release it. Shoot it, release it. Shoot it, release it. To a point that was a routine activity until it was in blood, not just doing because I want views and because I know this is something that can push. It's talent I have that I took it from that someone want to put it in a different perspective to start making money. But we're going to convert this brand to something because now we are speaking about brands. That's how we had to sit down with him. I told him today, if you ask him whether Sunday had anything, I told him to take out, to come with a notebook for a meeting and to write the achieve in the 3-4 years. And in the notebook, he has achieved everything that we discussed back in 2018. Mindset. We started from mind perspective. Consistency. That was reflected. We saw that we need to elevate our audience. And why? It's because the analytic advised us, the comments advised us. Because we saw people from Nigeria commenting on our content. We saw different audiences and we needed to elevate it. So how do we elevate Betsita from Juja and Institute? You put still. Yes, so we looked at who knows Sisitoka from Nigeria. We looked at the content of Sisitoka and the setting that was exact. To a content structure and we started changing the language from Swahili and also having subtitles. That shows evolving we are with the market and also intentionally evolving so that we can attract clients based on the content quality, structure and delivery. Since then, we started also switching back and perspective. And that is the question that you asked, Umi. And unfortunately, you can't do everything. To some instance, you as a creator or you as the person who is trying to launch or release information to the audience or maybe deliver, you cannot deliver this side. So you have to let someone who is capable of doing the business side help you. And that and talking using. Because if I've collaborated enough to understand that Umi had capacity that I didn't have, then I borrow from Umi. If I understand that Gian or John has an extra ability that I don't have, then I have to understand that I can capitalize to have a higher team so that I can achieve or the market there. Understand cannot do everything. Since then, we saw that we are trying to achieve, and almost all operators are coming to City Sasa. We decided to now shift. This guy has to go to South Africa start learning because now his goal shift to winning an Oscar. And that's how we ended up in South Africa. And even getting noticed by the government of South Africa that we are marketing in East and Central Africa. That we can serve ads, we can serve, we can bring value out of the content and creating, we can create messages. And that's how I got to meet Umi in team, who I'm very grateful. Still understand what they do, how much capacity can impact through their platform. And that is still another angle that we still start viewing from a media perspective. I'm giving you this information because I don't think anyone out maybe you will not release a book, but I don't think anyone come and give you that information. No book time to come and this. If you have to enjoy this information and exit, it can be to your advantage as a student. Do it. Each space with me now turning to my perspective, because I've grown in the media space and I have the capacity to start a lot of screening and do everything as a personality. But I have the capacity to move networks. I have the one skill to another, the capacity to develop and impact and all different. So what I do, I should encourage you. Learn for big platforms. Don't look for big platforms that they are. Follow this country and we have traveled a bit. And in this country, these regions have traveled a bit. This big advantage of journalists. You have to take advantage of starting business. You have to take advantage of almost none or not as almost not business as owners. You can. The first thing I did as teacher. The first thing I did in back in 2017 was sitting on this was employment services. I just went to BRF. Once I had education services, once I had the education, I went ahead and $4 shillings, which are free, 950 shillings, which are free. I went ahead for register for caring, which are free for employment opportunities, which are free, as we are told for young. And this is access to present ourselves, not as employment opportunities and others. As we are told, but take advantage of our community, register, not as whatever entity you are. There's a very long conversation around that we're not going to today, but take advantage of that opportunity. Register whatever entity that you are of as early as start, because it builds experience. The moment you start doing moves, they always ask you questions. So everything free. What do you do that you are you? How engage you to start approaching these offices? Because the moment you start big hands, they'll always ask you a question. So what do you do? Who are you? How can we engage you? That is very specific. Because you have all these ideas that are bombing inside your head, and you need to do something. With me, I cannot be on the screen, I cannot be on the front. So what should I do? I should work on matching that question. It's another specific area that, because you have all these ideas that are bombing inside your head so much. We have so many content with me. I am not on the screen, I cannot be on the front. So what should I do? I should work on matching to structure properly. They don't know how to play this, and these are they don't have people who understand. We are just content your own entity. They don't know how to create these are things, and these are good in their business. Just that is one of the creators put that in their business, and that is one of the things I work with a consultant and we have to do as to contract. I bring answers, I put them in order, I bring them structures, I put them in order, what is and do government and different other entities. So don't lock your head to I must sometimes manager. And an opportunity.
Thank you.
Guys on your phone. Next time you look at your phone, challenge yourself to just look at it for 1 minute and come back up. You're here on your own free will. Push yourself to listen. So the next time you look at your phone, check the time. 1 minute and come. 1 minute come back. Okay?
Thank you. And I'd like to pass this question to the panel, but I start with you because your experience a lot of the things you've done, especially for myself and other people, were like founders of startups and small businesses and so on and so forth. And I'd like to understand for each and every one of you, what are some of the mind shifts that you had to have very early on as young people when you're starting out, and what are some of the you can learn from that as we go out and as we start our own process? I know a lot of us who our own process. We want to set our own companies, and we have this aim as young people where we say 95 is for us. We want to be our own business, as who we put it. So, what are some of the things that I learned?
I think the first thing that you all need to understand is not everybody is an entrepreneur. Okay? Even entrepreneurs need people for them. Right? So not all of you have to own. You own your own business, but the reality is you still need people to work for you, right? And one of the lessons I learned very early on was for me to be founder or co-founder, or even an idea or a director, I had to learn. And you have to be in an environment for you to learn. This misconception where you think you just wake up one day, go open your business and it's such a... And I feel like so there needs to be some responsible storytelling when it comes to how people are actually in the journey. Because I think you won't see the results. People are not going to show you struggle on social media as much as the result. Only those are very authentic to show you. They're only giving you a snippet, you know. And the land, you have to be going to learn. I worked in construction. I've worked in management consultancy. I have a background in marketing. I've worked in fashion, and in every single one of those industries, I have learned something. Okay, you're in an era where there's something we don't call transparency, where even coming from law, you can work in environmental studies. Okay, because there are certain key skills that you're getting out of that particular industry that will help you in a different industry. We call those the interpersonal or the soft skills, the communication. Okay, the network, the ability to write reports and emails, understand the difference between the two, the ability to assess an audience, this is relevant for these people, it's not relevant for these, how I adjust my communication style. Those are things you only learn in your work. You're not going to university say, oh, you could that you run your own business because you want to be your own, emperor of your empire. You will fail. It will take you a very, 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 very long time, for you to become successful. Who are you learning from? I'm a firm believer of like the school of life in terms of getting into environments that will teach skills and learning from those who have come before you. There's humility that's required for that. Even if you know it's okay, you can still learn something from other people who walked the journey with you. So rather than even spending so much time doing redundant things, I also say we're really in a team where we have access to global market. At the Kickstart, we empower graduates, not for just local jobs, for global jobs. Today, as much as there's a bit of a misconception in terms of Kenyan youth, there is a lot of global influence for power into Kenyans. First, because you see English and speak but if you look, even when you've traveled, you understand, even go to Tanzania, the access to the internet in this country is incredible. There are places even to Tanzania, if you just cross the border, it's hard. So we have so many advantages that you as Kenyan is at the forefront of recruitment. Africa is going to be heading the youth population in the next 5 years. Will be our own in terms of youth population. Telling population around the world, where are they going to get our workforce from if it's not from Africa? And guess where top priority is going to be? It's going to be Kenya because of our location, because of education, because of access to the internet, infrastructure. So those things you have to think about. Don't even think about being employed. It could be an different country, by the way, if that's what you want to be, or even managing. Artists, we're saying from all over, even globally. But you that local mindset to a more global mindset, and that's not only willing to be out there, you're willing to learn, you're willing to hard work and sit at the bottom, and guess what? it takes time and you have to be patient. I think this to where you just decide you're going to post a video, then you go, no, 5 million views, pop, no. It's very rare. Okay. It's hard work. The minute you become popular, hard work continues. Ask. Kenna has to work to maintain popularity. So it doesn't become popular when you get the views or when you manage 100 artists. Must remain consistent in your work ethic. You learn that when I started. The small beginnings, remain consistent, you deliver, and also how you work people around you. Learn how people around you. Those are the confidence gets you to the, your competencies will keep you there. Okay? It will be there. So you need to upskill. That each time you get a new craft, you learn a new one, you keep building, and you're only going to know that if you understand where the market is going. Where is your market going? You know, we talked about journalism and how it in the next 5 years. How many of you will actually still be journalists in your own right? It's a media houses are being closed. Why? Because everybody has an opinion about something, right? And that you're providing incredible information and remaining authentic and putting out the truth. But now people are consuming whatever it is they want. We're not doing society that controls what you consume, right? So how do you ensure you actually advance yourself in that market? So you remain relevant, but more just remain relevant to understand what is required for you as an entity and see where things are going, so that you don't waste your time doing a 4-5. How long is this degree? Like 3 years? 4 years? 4 years. 4 years of university is a long time to not learn anything or not to put some of the skills to test, right? So for me, that is what I would really emphasize that you should do.
Thank you for those insights. Yes, Omi. The same question.
Okay. For me, I would say, does anyone know what a multipotentialite is? English? Multipotentialite. It's even written on my LinkedIn bio. Does anyone know? Does anyone want to try and Google? You can tell me. Okay, don't Google, I'll tell you. So, a multipotentialite is someone who has many interests, or is someone interested in having many skills. I was telling you about Odoo, right? It has so many applications, so you can learn how to use all of them. In the same way, when I was in university, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, so I picked up things I was interested in from here and there. And I think when you choose humanities, then you already know that you're going to be some kind of creative. You have to be a creative. And in the creative space, there's so many things you can do. So I picked up on skills like video editing, even though it has nothing to do with my job right now. I picked up copywriting, I picked up graphic design. So I would say I'm a multipotentialite, and I think in our field specifically, being a multipotentialite is so important. So I'll tell you tools that I think you can use or look into. Does anyone know Canva? How many use Canva? Yeah, wait. Which university is this? Meru. Use Canva. Learn how to use Canva. Okay, Canva is so important. Canva is a really good tool to learn how to do design and also some kind of video editing, but it's a good place to start. So Canva, it's Canva, okay? Then there's also a platform called Fiverr. Does anyone know Fiverr? Yeah, Fiverr or Fiverr? Yeah, it's also an interesting platform. It's a marketplace for freelancers. So I'm sure all of you have some kind of skills, like I'm sure the guy who, the photographer, the person who's doing the videography, the sound, the audio, maybe some of you are copywriters, or some of you do some kind of small business that you think others can benefit from. So it's a marketplace where you can put your skills there and then someone can purchase your skills from there. So even small things like copywriting or even just creating a report, they'll pay you for it. You have to sign up, they get some kind of commission, but I think it's also very interesting to look into. So yeah, I think try and be a multipotentialite, especially in our field.
Thank you. And
Finally, Mr. Sunday.
I think there's something that captured my head when you mentioned the name freelancer. It's a name that I don't think, on my personal opinion, to me, I don't like that name completely. I think the annotation of that name in the market is just something different, because who is a freelancer? Anyone who has a reply to who is a freelancer? Yes. Okay. Good.
Industry. You understand? Whereas me, okay, like I work as a consultant, but I'm not able to call a freelancer. You understand? And people they wouldn't call me a consultant per se, they call me a freelancer. Because, and I think that's something also you guys need to think about, changing policy and mindsets around how we view the creative industry in Africa. It's not a, by the way, it's not a byproduct, it's not a hobby. The creative economy generates a lot of money for Africa and for even other industries around the world. A lot. So it's about reframing that and getting involved. Some of you might even get involved in law and how, you know, there's proper monetization of the of what it is that is being produced out there, you know. And that's the thing about this industry. You can be involved in so many different aspects of it, whether it's advocating for it, whether it's risk, and in terms of audit, and in terms of even censorship and viewership. There's so many aspects that you can do. That's why you find even lawyers moving into media, okay? Because they've noticed there's a gap. Because like we talked about previously, we have this situation where we have AI and deepfake. Now, what is going to be the actual source of, how do we verify this is the truth and the authentic source of this information? The other time in Hollywood, I think it was a situation where they wanted to use AI for filmmakers. So once I capture your image, guess what? I no longer need you to come and show up to work. I have your image, I have your likeness. I can create a whole movie and you never even showed up. What does that do to your paycheck? It cuts it by like 75% because I already have the likeness of you, right? How do you protect people in that space? Right? So what he's saying is we need to legitimize this industry. That's why when you have terms like freelancer, it tends to water down the value of what it is that you're doing in this particular space.
I think I'll add to what she has said about LinkedIn. Even LinkedIn changes to that to open to work. They don't put their profiles as freelancing.
Finalize, I would like to give each of my panelists 1 minute to give your final. Important too because of time, of course. A minute each, and then I'll wrap it up. So I think we'll start with you, Sunday, because yeah.
I'll just encourage everyone. There's so much opportunities outside here. Be willing to approach. Be willing to change your mindset. Be willing to start. Be willing to start. That is the only thing you need to do. Thank you.
Okay. I think for me, I would say you can define your own value. You can define how much you are worth, but it comes with experience, and you have to give yourself some time. We're also young. You guys are also young. You're also young. Give yourself time. You might not get it instantly, but it's okay. As he said, you start. Even think about someone like an artist. You've seen paintings maybe on the streets of town, but then you also see paintings in galleries. So how do they define those gallery prizes versus the ones on the street, right? Someone will see your value if you're able to give it properly and through your experience. So just be patient. Give yourself some time. You'll get there.
For me, it's creating a solution-oriented mindset, okay? Go into every organization or every space with the idea of trying to solve a problem and providing value. That is where you're going to get, like employers are looking for people who are going to solve problems. So it's not always going to be about you. So I'd also say, try not to be too entitled about it because you've got the job, you deserve to be there. That may not be the case, okay? Or because I've graduated, I deserve a job. No. And we know that's not the situation right now. But what I will say is be willing to learn and be open to providing solutions. People, we work with employers all the time. You can have a first class degree or graduated top of the year. That won't matter if you will not provide value for an organization and come in with a mindset of like, I'm here to learn and to help solve problems.
Is there anyone from ISEC here? ISECers? One? Okay. I used to be part of a club called ISEC, and honestly, to date, I did that in university, and to date, I put that in my CV, the experience that I got from ISEC. So also joining clubs is so important. These guys from JSAC who have organized this, they can write on their CVs today. I organized an event that had up to 70, 80, 100 plus students. That's so impressive, right? So join a club, it really matters. Join JSAC, join the clubs that you have in your university. It actually really matters at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. That has been it for our panel discussion, transforming media skills into sustainable income. And I'd like to thank, of course, our panelists for agreeing to be here and giving us very amazing insights. I hope you've all come out of this with something. And I would also like to thank you guys for being patient with us. I know we've taken so much time. We are digging into somebody else's time. So I'd like to thank you for that. And I know we couldn't take questions. I'm hoping our panelists will still be around. You can still approach them with questions if you have any questions for each of them. And I'd also like to thank me, finally, I'd like to thank me for chairing this. And I think I'll pass it to our MC to give us direction on where next we're going. So thank you very much.
Don't leave, don't leave. We're going to have a photo session with the panelists first. You stand and then, yeah. You'll go first and then the members will come, the officials will come. We're going to have another one with the GSAC members. Okay, come on, appreciate them, appreciate them, appreciate them, appreciate them. Good, 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 good. So right now we're going to have the master classes. We're going to have the master classes. So let me see who is into film. Anybody from film? Okay, acha niulize na Kiswahili. Watu wa film basi. Okay, quite a number. Public relations, PR. Okay. You are either into film or PR. Sawa? So PR, what's a PR? Okay. So you're going to follow Madam Mercy. So film. Mfuata Madam Mercy. Wagoje hapa. Film simameni. Film. Basi filamu basi. You're going to have Mr. John Wambogo, film, Mr. John Wambogo.
Okay, so for the guys who are going to do wenye tunaenda for the film masterclass, because of time, we're only going to talk about images, film production. Or, you get the idea of what I'm saying, right? But you're not going to cover it as intensively as we had hoped. So you're the only guys doing film. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So guys doing film, you can remain. The guys doing PR, you're the guys who are supposed to follow me. And maybe. So when I was asking about film, the rest of you was sitting. So those guys were sitting. I'm assuming we're going to be handling PR, right? People interested in PR, people who are doing PR in school, people who would want to venture into PR. You guys can stand up, can come here. Mnifuate. Yeah, people doing PR. Please, let's go. Follow me. Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Mko sawa? It's a long one. It's one now. I've just been told we have around maybe 30 to 45 minutes. This was meant to take around 1.5. When I presented it, almost takes 2 hours, but we'll try and be kind to each other. It is more about a conversation that we'll be having. Sawa sawa? So even before I introduce myself, just think about one question that I'll ask you. If there is one story that each one of you will be remembered by, any one of you here, a story that you've told, whether you are an upcoming filmmaker, whether you're a photographer, whether you are just, you're a writer, whether you're a journalist, just think about it. What will that one story be, right? If the world would actually ask you, we will remember, what's your name, sir? We want to remember Washington with one story. What will it be? So then maybe we keep on reflecting towards that, and that we will see that story shapes reality. Story shapes how we see the world also. It is so important, and that's why then I think there is a whole. That's why I figured that as much as it is a film thing, we'll really talk about storytelling, because everyone here is a storyteller, whether you're a journalist, you're a media student, or whether you are a filmmaker or even a content, you produce content. So anyway, my name is John Wambugo. I remember I was here pre-COVID for a session like this, same hall, and back then it was nice. It was pre-COVID. It was a bit of the pre-AI, pre-chat GPT. A lot has changed, and we'll be challenging each other as we have this conversation on what the future of our industry as creatives, where does it lie, even as AI platforms are changing and so on and so forth. So that's who I am. I have I started off as a photographer many years ago, not like 50 years, right? But probably slightly over a decade. And in those maybe around, I'd say 15 years or so, I've seen a huge change trend. Photographer, I've done a lot of filmmaking as well. Then I went to build up one of the biggest educational platforms for Canon, that is called Miraisha. If you've ever interacted with that, so I building up Miraisha. Then working for Canon, the camera manufacturer. I see the photographer has a Nikon camera, bado iko sawa. But then I left that towards the end of last year to now what we are building, and I will be coming back later on with the invitation, of course, of the different disciplines that are here. We are building what you can call now the first AI-powered creative and tech platform, right? So that's where we are moving, and that's where we are. So, I hope there's a mic going round. I hope that we can be able to interact even further. So the question is, what makes a powerful story? So what do you think makes a powerful story? Yes.
The image.
The image.
The image in the story.
The image and the story, that makes a powerful story. The image and the image in the story. Is the image not the story? What comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Once I've seen the image, I might be interested in reading the whole story. But what will capture my attention is that image.
Good. Thank you. What's your name?
Efia Kini from Masai Mara University.
Great. So when you say something, please have your mic say your name and where you're from. It'll be easy. Okay. Good. Thank you. So that's good. Thank you. That's one. Someone else? I like the hands that are coming up, right? Good. I know it will be pacing for you. I'm trying to help you stretch because I know you are seated here for quite a while. All right, good. Please.
Francis Karanja Meru University. Uniqueness and originality.
Uniqueness and
originality.
That's all right. So what do you study? Are you a journalist student? Okay, good. When you say about originality, nimejua pale hiyo imetoka. Sawa sawa. Someone else? This side, maybe two more and then we proceed.
Washington Odongo. For me, what makes a powerful story is the longevity of the effect. For example, Makosa Ni Yangu, a film by Mutua, yes, Abel Mutua, and other films. What is in that story, what is in that film is what takes someone to remember for the rest of their time. Yeah.
Beautiful. That's good, Washington. One more person. We give the photographer a chance also. He's just next to you there. Then the lady there. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm George Edwin from Masai Mara. So what makes a powerful story is the theme. If the theme is well exploited, that story will be powerful. Thank you.
So he talks about the theme, yeah? In terms, what if you go, so I want you to keep on thinking about that question that I've asked you, yeah? One story that you're remembered with in your lifetime, what will it be? Talks about theme, the lady. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Santa Irene from Puer. I think what makes a powerful story is the narrator, because there are a lot of stories out there and everyone can tell a story, but what will make someone remember a certain story is the actual person who delivers that story, because it matters really how the person really puts that story out there that will make you remember it. Because let's say, for example, there is a trending news headline about politics, and there are certain journalists who, if they sit down and dissect a story, it will remain in the minds of the audience, whereas the regular influencers or commentators, they will speak about the story, but it will come about more like a joke or just a random thing. But when other people do it, then I think that is the difference. So for me, the narrator is what inspires a powerful story. Thank you.
That's good. So the narrator, I'm thinking also is the writer, because some stories are not narrated. You can read a great story and you're reading it and there's no narrator. Or what he does, right? He captures images and he walks around without saying much, but that picture really means something. Or the gentleman there behind on the camera, so yeah. So I'm guessing you're talking about what canvas you use to tell your story. Yeah, so that becomes that, eh? Oh, sorry. So, did we hold that so I go to the next question? Sawa? Or is it burning? If it's burning, we say it, then we go to the next slide. Yeah, that's okay. Please go ahead.
I believe whatever determines a powerful story is the impact that comes out of the story, like the results that you get with done narrating. If you leave people talking about the story, what they learned from it, and what the message of the story.
That's a message. So, good. So you're right about that. You understand what makes a story, what that story means to you, and also what that story then means to the world. Because as we said, if you're remembered with one story, what will the world remember you by? Okay, next. So, usually when you tell about story, there's something called telling and showing. In fact, there's a saying that says, if you can show, don't. If you can show, don't. You're right. If you can show, don't tell. If you can show, don't. And if you can tell, she'll fight with everyone because she was the one to say about images. But that's it. So, but the idea is that they can all complement each other, right? Whatever you're doing, the idea is that you're able then to complement. So, especially for the media students here, the journalism students, when you're telling, if that picture was not there, what kind of animal is that? It's a big donkey, right? Humongous donkey on a tree. What animal is that? What is it? What? So it's a? Yes. Washington, please be loud. It is a what? Good, yes. So, for now, let us just call it a monkey. Sawa sawa. It is a monkey. As you can see, I hope it's a bit clear for you guys to see. But what is it telling? What is it telling? Someone can read it, maybe even the one holding the mic. Can just read it.
A wild female orangutan and her 11-month-old baby eat fruit from the tree that they are sitting in. The baby sits on top of the mother's head and both hold on to a branch above them.
So if that caption existed and there was no image, would it paint a picture for you of what you're meant to see? Right? What if that picture is, what if the picture existed only without the caption? Think about it. Will it? You will see, right? But what does the caption help you? Tuko sasa pale kwa narrator. What does it help you with? Exactly. Because if you took a picture of John Wambugu here talking without a caption, right? But if John Wambugu is behind the backdrop of ZTech and a bit of images, the story starts becoming a bit of, you're giving substance to your story. So that's what I'm saying about telling and showing. You have to greatly combine those two things. Now, and even if there are people here who are even into PR, same thing. You have to tell, you have to show. So, remember that pictures draw attention, pictures stick in our memories, pictures like stories create an emotional response. And the idea is you really are pushing them to actually have an emotional response towards then what you're doing. So let's proceed. Look at that picture. The next one, emotional response here. One from each person because of time in terms of what does the first picture, what emotional response do you get from the first image? Ukiangalia unaona nini pale? What do you feel? The first image there. Someone? Unaona nini pale?
Okay, thank you. I'm Effie from Masai Mara.
Alafu ukimaliza ukuje uharasa hawa, si ndio? Good.
Okay, I can see a stressed man.
You can see a stressed man, eh? He told you so.
No, but from the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
From the image, right? He looks very pensive. He's looking out there. So you can actually be able to say, without any caption, the story is trying to capture you something. Someone else? On the second one, maybe? Or on the first one, if you have a different...
The second one.
Right.
The man seems happy because the picture shows that he's smiling.
Right. Yeah. But unajua ile unauza uoga kidogo, si ndio? Unakaa uko, you're happy but deep down, right? The guy is smiling because he knows. Unajua deep down you're going through so much, but you have to smile to the world, right? But emotionally, in terms of what you've been shown, the person is happy. Without telling the backdrop of that story, maybe the guy first is happier than the guy. Tumeelewana? Good? Haya. Next one. Who do you want to harass? The guy there. Please and say your name.
Hello, my name is Alphonse Mbwak. I'm from Kabarak University. So I wanted to comment about the second photo.
Okay, that's okay. So.
Yeah, for me, in my own assessment, when I look at the person, is someone who is undergoing some unfortunate situation, but despite the fact that he is undergoing something that is difficult, he can afford a smile to the world. Yeah.
Right, that's the first, the second one.
The second one.
Good. Someone on the third one? Then we...
Hello, I'm Naitore Jane from Pwea. That person looks like he's really struggling from whatever he's doing. Yeah.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Like, whatever exercise he's doing, it's hurting him.
So he looks like he's actually it's exercise, right?
Yeah.
Where does he look he is? Where does he, where do you think he is? Sorry.
Pardon?
Where do you think he is? Unaona ni kama ako wapi?
Kwa floor maybe.
Kwa floor? Si kwa swimming pool, labda naruka. I don't know. Right? Right, maybe. I don't know. But that's what you've seen, right? From where? Someone else? Ya mwisho, alafu tuende next. What does it speak to you? Remember what story you'll be remembered for. If you read this one story, what will be remember you for?
Okay, Kimathi from Puya. So I think that guy is inside the water or maybe in a pool.
What emotional response does it give you as the audience looking at that image?
It's training.
He's training, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Right, or maybe that is his happy face. Tusicheke maumbile ya watu. Sawa. Labda sasa amefurahia akiwa hivi. Right? But who knows, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. So let's go to this particular bit, and let's think about something else. I think when we start when we join in on our first year, we are told about something I studied in uni back that was called critical and creative thinking. We sort of have to try and question so many things around us. So let's think about when we do that to our stories. So let's start thinking about what is outside the frame that has been presented here. The photographer, the filmmaker, the content creator, the journalist has decided to present us that one image. For film, it can be part of a sequence. For photography, it can be part of a sequence as well. But what do you think is outside the frame in terms of ako wapi, nini inaendelea? Right? So there is the first one. What do you think? Just one comment so that we... Yes,
Yeah, I'm Nizo from Zetech University. So I think the idea of what's outside the frame, according to that image, is the forest.
Forest?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you expecting to see? Trees and all.
Yeah, trees and the greeny leaves. Yeah.
Okay. Someone else? I don't know, as we are hoping this thing comes back again.
Okay, introduce Anna. I'm Effie. So whatever is outside the frame, I think the narrator the writer must have wanted to do something on wild animals. So apart from the monkey that we've just seen, maybe if we continue the story, we'll still see some other wild animals.
Right. I don't know. Excuse this thing. It's good. So you're trying to see what is outside the image, right? That's okay. You go to the next picture. Oh, sawa. Right. So just think about that particular. What if they're in a zoo? What if it is in a zoo and no trees?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Mwita from Presbyterian University of East Africa. So in case it is in a zoo, we expect to see the other wild animals.
Maybe, right?
Yeah.
So do you see what perception does as well? What images are able to actually trigger? Our stories are able to trigger what? Perceptions. Washington, you're able to actually create a perception with a certain image that you're giving us. True or not? True. When you look, and most of you are media students, when you look around the world and you watch news on CNN, for example, that's the same thing that they use, right? It will be very different when you watch CNN and you watch maybe Fox News or then you watch Al Jazeera. Same story but different serving, right? Good. Next one. What about that one? Where do you think we are go happy? What it looks like I am doing and what am I actually doing? Where do you think they are? Content creators, tuambie hapa. We are go happy. What can you see with this particular story? What can you see?
I think it's a place where there is snow.
Yeah. Snow, okay.
And there is a laptop.
Hapa ni winter, si ndio?
Yeah, winter. The winter season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone else? That's what he sees. He sees white. What do you see?
I'm Craig from Paya.
Mm.
I see a laptop. Definitely the person maybe is studying or maybe is doing some work.
Right. And where are they? Where do you think they are? Are they in a nice place, cozy place? Wanakaa wako kwa hoteli? Please just imagine. We are creators. We imagine.
My
Yes,
name is Austin Oganga. I'm from KC University. I see a laptop probably on a bed or a couch.
Good. Okay, good. Right? Okay, next. Can I go to the next one? Can I show you where they are? Oh, look at that now. Same thing. But what happened? We cropped and we decided to define our story as it was. Where are they now? Do you see snow? Do you see a cozy hotel? You see a bed, of course, but what do you think the situation is? It's in a bedroom, right? But how does it look? Meh? So do you see how we as storytellers, how much power we have? If there's anything that you live with today is that, yeah? Right? Good. Tujamaliza, tuendelee. Now let's talk about this lady. Tell me about the lady. Someone.
Good afternoon. I'm Solomon from Kemu. What I can see is a woman. Somehow stuck and a building behind her.
We can see a woman and we can see a building. So that's done, right? But what emotional rest? What do you think she's going through? Is she happy? Is she a happy woman? Anakaa mafua, sijui, and I want you to give me more details. See any captioning, see no? More, or what it makes you feel.
Okay. According to the background, and the woman, she seems to be somehow.
She has a nice smile.
Hi, my name is Joanne. Let me help my neighbor here.
Joanne?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm helping my neighbor over here from Zetech University. What I can say from the picture I'm seeing, this woman seemed to be an African woman. The way hata amefunga shuka yake. Then the background seemed to be a poor background. She's not in a rich background, of course. But she has, but her face seemed to be not sad. Ako hapo katikati. That's all I can say.
She looks a bit happy, but does she look satisfied?
No, not satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or someone else?
Hi.
So what do you think what do you think she does or she's doing now?
My name is John Murunga from the Technical University of Kenya.
Where is John? Oh, John is there. All right.
Yes. So what I think is that this woman is at her home because of the simplicity of her dressing. She puts on a lasso. Now it shows that she's maybe in the middle of a chore. She was maybe washing or doing something. Her face shows like her attention is captured elsewhere, and she's kind of surprised.
She's surprised, eh?
Yes, she looks surprised.
Why do you think she's surprised?
Because of the gaze in her face.
Yeah, so not why. What do you think she's surprised about, for example? You imagine.
Okay, in our setting, maybe it's a vehicle is passing, or maybe someone is talking to her, like outside the frame.
All right. Good, thank you. One more person. I like the many hands up. That's good. Guys are active.
Okay, hi. My name is Joshua from the Presbyterian University of East Africa. What I see, according to the lady down there, she said that she's an African woman with a lasso tied around her. And then I see that she's pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, she's expectant, right?
Exactly. And then the housing condition is a bit poor, not affordable. It's a bit poor. And then maybe, according to the African culture, when a lady amejifunga hivi leso, maybe she's from doing house chores, or she's going to do house chores, something like that.
All right. Interesting. So one thing is that he says that she's expectant. Two more. Maybe there's the hands are up. That's good. Maybe give it to this someone who hasn't said some. Yeah. Then we balance it. I see my photographer friend here also has two hands up, but we balance it off. We see. Oh, good.
Okay, my name is Benjamin from Multimedia. She appears to be. She was in action. Maybe she was doing some chores and paused to look at something. Yeah, and maybe she's quite satisfied by what she was seeing, and she appears pregnant. And behind her, maybe she appears to be in an informal settlement. Yes. Thank you.
Good. Do we drum rolls? Tuko tayari? So what has changed? What has happened? Does she look happy? Is she happy now? So what has surprised you? Someone. The lady here or the lady here. Someone. What has surprised you?
I'm not surprised, but I wanted to say that the lady looks like that look in a kaya look, yeah, of someone who has hope, who is holding on to hope that even if I'm in this situation right now, but there's hope that this will come to pass. And I didn't say my name. I'm Joy from the Presbyterian University.
Right. But look at the environment. Did any one of you think she was in such an environment? Mafuriko ndio hiyo imeingia. She has even gumboots. She was not even washing. Who said she was washing clothes? John. Ona. Hizi ni nguo anavua. Nguo zimefuliwa lakini si amefua, si ndio? Right? Someone else. What has surprised you again? What has changed here? The perception. Remember what we're talking about story, yeah?
Okay, it is once again Jeremy Mwita. From our first picture that we saw, the photographer, or the one who took the picture, cropped it.
Of course.
At the first cropping, we never saw what the person was going through. But to this, now we are able to tell this woman, it is surprised what will happen next. because as you can see there's floods behind the house, it's look untidy. Yeah.
All right, good. Just keep the photographer here. I want to just hear what you will say about those two things. Because you'll be cropping our pictures, right?
Okay, I'm George Edwin from Masai Mara. So, for me, a little has changed. At first, I had predicted that this was the situation, but not on the flood. Maybe, yes, she is expectant, and she was up to something, and maybe somebody called her, or she was bidding somebody goodbye, like maybe now you are talking to us, then maybe Lydia walks out and say, Jonah, me, I'm off, see you next time. And you say, okay, see you next time. Or maybe she steps in and you're amazed, wow, I didn't expect to see you. So what, if I can say maybe what she was going through at that time, I would say, I'll just emphasize on what I've said, but for now, either she's clinging on to hope that it has rained, and hopefully my house is still intact. It is flooding, but I'm grateful nothing has been destroyed.
Right. So the people who said she's expectant, there's nothing wrong with being expectant, right? But who tells you she's expectant? No, I'm just saying, maybe she's just, that's just how she looks. That's how she is, right? Right? And until we caption, we tell, at times showing is not just enough, right? I think telling also clarifies it. Have you seen, especially in our political space or any other space where people take images of people, but then someone has to explain. If there's no caption to it, what happens? It goes wild. It becomes a wildfire. True? All right, good. So for me, again, those are some of the images that we are seeing. You can see, can you see war destruction up there? You can see war, you can see unsettling. Same places. It's a bit of Ukraine, but, sorry. Yes, but maybe that's not the story, right? It's a bit different. So images always capture one moment of a story hugely. Even if you're doing film, you still have to piece all those images together, right? And I'd encourage each one of you who wants to go into content creation to learn or appreciate, first thing, photography. Because film came from, there were just images that were run of horses and they became water film, right? You're putting all those things together. And if you're able to actually be able to appreciate it, you're able to frame that one picture that can still tell a story in that one moment, wewe uko mbele sana. Right? So what am I asking you to do? I'm asking you that we think about what happens outside. Let's be observers. One thing that I still do, even now, I try to observe as much as I can. When you come to a room, look at even how light is falling in that particular space. Observe. When you go to a meeting, without saying much, observe first. That's what I'm asking you also as media journalists and filmmakers and photographers, to start observing the world and asking yourselves very critical questions. Tuko pamoja pale, right? It's hugely important even as you study and where you're moving towards. How many minutes do I have? Where is she? 10 minutes. Okay. Again, this takes quite a while, but I'm trying to rush to it. So that's what storytelling is, whether in whatever form of story that you're telling. You've come across this in your studies. You've come across where, when, who, what, why, and how. You understand that, right? Especially as a journalist, as a media person, even as a person who's, I see there are many practitioners of PR as well. Question. Go to your root cause that takes you back to why. Hugely important. And we've seen this, right? I'd have really loved to talk hugely about this, but we understand that when any film that you're watching, what movie did you watch? Amani, what did you watch recently? Do you watch movies? What did you watch? She says she watched the news because the news also has become a movie. You know? What, Mentor? She watched Heads of State. Is it the one with John Cena? Yeah? That's the one. Someone else? That's the one. Heads of State. Yeah. If you watched it, there's a place where they're in a plane. It's, there's so much that happens, right? So what am I saying? Conflict is part of storytelling. And it's important to be a good storyteller. You have to understand how to build that tension as you're starting off, right? A boy, a girl, boy meets a girl, a story goes on, right? And then what happens? In time, Brian anaingia, Shiro anaingia, I don't know. The whole story changes, right? The conflict goes and goes, and the whole thing changes. Now, here's one fact. That's the reason this was a tried method even when Hollywood or Bollywood was starting off, because they'd actually start at what you call 1.5. Why do you think you can actually be able to tell your whole story, within 1.5 hours? Why do you think that is? You can introduce, you can build tension, you can go to your climax, so the story turns. The bad guy becomes a good guy, the good guy becomes a bad guy, right? And then now you start falling and taking your audience quite down to where you want maybe to leave them with a cliffhanger or something else. So why do you think there is 1.5 hours mostly of movies? Apart from those guys who watch the Avatar or maybe way back the Titanic or Indian movies. Why do you think so? Someone. Just something that you remember when you go back. Then I wind up.
To avoid it being boring.
Being boring, that's one. But here's a fact, right? When reels, film, yeah? When you say film, it's because it was actually been shot on film. The recording media was film, not an SD card, not something else, yeah? You had 30-minute film. The film itself was for 30 minutes. What you call the magazine, yeah? The film magazine would only go for 30 minutes. Then you change it, right? Hata zile siku za Charlie Chaplin. So you have to use then 3 of them to tell your whole story. So that's why, way back, they still used to use 1.5 hours to build that whole story and bring it down. And that has stayed even with us even today, right? So it is not a mistake. There was intention to it. All right, good. I wish I had things about storyboard. Amani, next time will give us more time. Yeah, but 10 minutes she told me, so I'm just trying to. Oh, you've added. How long do I have? What? But these guys are hungry. Oh, it's coming here. So we continue, right? 25 minutes? Yeah. Then we finish? Good, then I don't have to pay so much. So even as you go back to your respective universities, right? So think about how in the story that you want to tell, try have an introduction, a rise in action, climax, fall in action, and conclusion in anything that you're going to be doing. Whether you're going to be a content creator who goes around, maybe you want to go and showcase nice destinations, right? If there is no story, at the end of the day, it just looks like another, it doesn't hold your interest, right? But if you have these basics, then there is something that you can actually build it towards. So that's my challenge also to you, right? Next is understanding which story does an image tell. So someone can read that, for example. Who has the mic?
A young girl does her morning chores in the flooding courtyard of her home in Bariga, Lagos.
Good. So are we now seeing how we combine the telling and the showing. That's what captions help us with. But then what story here are you telling? Another one?
Read it.
Yes, you can.
A malnourished albino boy photographed by Don McCullin during the Biafran Civil War. One of a many images which expose the plight of Biafrans and the tragedies of the war.
Good. Have you heard of the story of Kevin Carter? I mean, you're journalist students, you have master. Most of you are. Who was Kevin Carter? Sasa mtu apige ChatGPT ili atuambie saa hii tu, so that you know who Kevin Carter was. Then we talk about that story because it's important. Who was Kevin Carter? And why was it important during the famine of South Sudan, sorry.
Hi, Nevin Kiragu recently graduated from University of Nairobi. So
Where's
Kevin
Kiragu?
Carter,
Kiragu?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Kevin Carter is the famous journalist who I think committed suicide. But he took a photo of a vulture next to a starving or malnourished boy.
Google Kevin Carter picture. Just do that, so that you can see what our friend is saying. Have you seen it? What picture have you seen?
A vulture next to a starving kid. It's like the vulture is waiting for the kid to die so that the vulture can feed.
Good. But was that the story? That's a story that we were saying. That's a story that Kevin decided to tell the world. True or not?
True.
But what was the story?
It was about, I think, famine.
Yes. But guess what Kevin did, yeah? And there's a nice movie around that whole story called Bang Bang Boys. What happened was that, what Kevin did was that he went and there was a famine situation, there was famine that was happening in South Sudan. And he decided to take a what? And he saw an image of a child who was seated at a corner, right? And because the UN planes were coming down and they'd give, you know the way chakula inarushwa, inarushango watu wanaenda wanakimbilia. So the mother left the child seated. She was not very far off. And when she left the child, a vulture that was there. So Kevin had been sent on assignment by the UN to try and capture all this. So when the child was seated, a big vulture, an African vulture, came, flapped its wings, and it was just behind the child. Now, Kevin decided not to take the photo that was bigger of this airfield where so many people are, and maybe where the mother was. He decided to crop in to where the vulture and the child was. Of course, when that picture was published, went to the Times, it became such a big story. Such a big story because everyone was saying the world needs to come and help Africa and so on, and so much happened. But in time, people started asking, why couldn't you not chase away the vulture? And the story of ethics and journalism then started coming home. But Kevin was so traumatized by that whole story because he knew what he had done. Down the road, he committed suicide. So again, when I'm posing this, I'm asking you, which story does this image tell? Is also, as people who are practitioners, we have to understand ethics, our boundaries. I'll pose another question since we are there. Uko hapa Thika Road, si ndio? Unatembea uko na kamera yako, or you have a video camera, or you're writing a story. A car is driving, it flips. Na wewe penye imeflip, sasa wewe unaona hapa, sasa unafaa uende uchukue hiyo picha, uchukue ama hiyo video. But in that 2 minutes or a few moments that you're deciding to do that, would you not have gone to actually help the person who was inside? For example, maybe you're the first respondent. So what would you do as a journalist, or as a media student? Would you save the people in the car? Or would you what? Would you take the picture, uuze huko CNN? What would you do? The career you're in is, you have to ask yourself some very hard questions. So what would you do? Just 2 answers and then we move.
First of all, as a journalist, my obligation is to provide news and information, but as a human being, I'd save. So first of all, I'd start with taking the photo and then save.
But maybe by the time you're taking that photo, it's a moment, it's done. The people are gone.
Now,
it explodes. Even the car actually explodes. Let's just be a bit more dramatic, right? It's explosions, this happens.
when it narrows down to me as a journalist, I'll stick to the ethics of journalism, because when you go to the newsroom, you'll be asked for the assignment.
So John, so that's important. But then when you look closely, it is your uncle and your cousin in the car.
For that, I'll save.
So, right? So what's different? What's different? Please, someone. You can. Yeah, someone who hasn't spoken.
Yeah, my name is Richard. I'm from the Daystar University. As for me, I would first go first to the scene of the incident and see if I can help somewhere. Like somebody who needs help first.
Yeah, but then you don't have a story, right?
But it's ethical.
What story do you have?
You see, it's
what
ethical.
story do you have?
It's ethical.
He says you participated in the story.
Yeah.
But then how would you save people when you're taking pictures? You're not an octopus, right? I mean, you're holding your camera, you're trying to save people, surely. What would happen? That question I have no answer to also.
It's sort of like you are in a dilemma like that. You must first take the photo, then it.
Nakuelewa. Someone else. Hey, there. Okay. He wants to use my mic.
So, this advice, I value your instincts, and once you follow your instincts, you'll be good to go. Because personally, I'll jump into saving the victims first, because they'll be part of the story through interview, and there's the cutaways. If it is a news, then if these people die, they won't be part of your story. Those who will come, they'll also, I think, if you jump straight into the story, you'll be haunted, because people will be there like, what are you doing? We live in a society where people will record you drown in a pool of water instead of saving you. So who are you?
You know, they say ethics and who you are as a person is what you can actually do when no one else is seeing you, right?
Yeah.
So if that's what you do, that's what you do, right?
Yes.
Whether the story is there, whether it's worth $1 million. Right?
Yes.
So it depends on it. It depends on but there has to be, of course, guidelines towards that. At this point, I will not steer and say that there is a wrong, right or wrong. Sindo? Just the same way ukipata mahali, you get some money and you're alone, and then what happens? Mtu ameangusha 1,000 shillings, 2,000 shillings on the street, you're very broke. It's what you decide to do, right? So, but my point is that we have to be critical and creative thinkers, and always think beyond what is the norm. I think that's what we've been discussing. That has been very, very clear. So let's go towards recognizing and making strong images. Whether you are Hey, battery imeisha tena ama. So there are different ways to we can be discussing as they're changing. So how do you make strong images? What are the elements of storytelling can you actually use to make sure your story comes out better? Whether you're a filmmaker, whether you're a photographer, whether you're a content creator, whether you're a media practitioner, what do you need then to do? Right? So have you heard of something called the point of view, for example? Point of view. Have you heard it? What is a point of view? What is it? Someone? Someone who hasn't said.
Actually, the point of view is the Bruce Maero from the great Zitech University. This is the perspective where the story is from. The point of view, the perspective.
Now I'm talking about it in terms of technicality. As a technical way of telling a story, what you're saying, the point of view. Did you see the picture of the guy who was in a pool or in a carpet, the blue carpet, right? Oh yeah, look at that. Guy, this person is, it's from where you're seeing them. Point of view is also very important, especially when you're making movies and a bit of horror or something like this. And we want to show someone what they're actually looking, what the subject is looking at. So the camera becomes the person, right? Inaenda hivi, inaenda hivi, inaenda hivi, inaenda hivi. So, and especially for horror movies, have you seen that? Right? Where the camera becomes the person and this is what you're actually looking. So think about that as the point of view, right? What you're actually seeing and the camera is actually seeing. Like for example, if I'm standing and I'm looking down, my point of view to you guys is, I'm looking down on you. You guys are looking up. That's your point of view of me. So that's how one you can use to actually tell your stories better. So that's top down, as I've mentioned. From the top down, sawa. And what do you think it shows? What emotional response does it show when you take a picture from top down? One person, because of time, just one person. What do you think it shows? Sasa boss, unakataa kwa nini? Huna kitu unaweza tuambia? Someone. This guy is even looking behind the chair. Someone. Someone? What do you think it shows?
Okay, sometimes it is used to show a character as being vulnerable.
Beautiful. Someone looking small. Yes? Someone looking small. If you're going to shoot a documentary, if all you're doing hugely is showing people are weak, then you putting your camera on top becomes more effective. But again, remember, as storytellers, we have to try and challenge stereotypes. So we have to try and dignify people. Tumeelewana? When I tell you to go to Nairobi and shoot, what most of you will just come with people begging. And what will happen? You come here, you take a picture, you take another picture, on top. Done. But what if you actually took time to your camera and you go scoop a bit? What happens? What does that change? The person is down on you, right? And they become more powerful. Does it change their situation? But you've been able to dignify this particular person. So. In fact, it was sold like the former president of Uganda, Idi Amin Dada, understood it so well that photographers were never actually meant to take a picture looking down on him, because he did not look as powerful. When Obama came to the presidency, he understood that also. So photographers were told, take pictures. Please tell us.
Tall.
Do you think they wanted to show that he's tall? The answer, but is it tall? Eye level means on the same. So what perception did people want to get from that? Would get from that eye level?
He's similar to them.
He's at the same level with the people. Of course, he's a tall guy, but the idea is that when I take a picture straight on, when people look at you in a newspaper, they see that you're relatable to them. Do you understand? That's the psychology of. That's why what you do is so powerful, guys. So powerful, man. Like amazing. Like who you are, your storyteller, you're so powerful in what you can be able to actually challenge and do. Right? Yeah? You want to redeem yourself?
I just want to add to your point something. Newton from Kim University. So you find it mostly with celebrities. Celebrities, this is how when they do the framing, you happen to see them on photos, they are tall, but when you meet in them in person, yeah.
So that's not eye level. That means that you have what you call a warm eye. You know a warm eye view? When I slightly go down here, and then you look down, the person looks majestic and big. That's what Idi Amin Dada would actually advocate for. He don't want to be shown as powerful. That's the reason statues, when you go to Tom Mboya and you see Tom Mboya with a fly whisk, you look at the person, right? And you're like, wow, this great man with a lot of nyati, you know, and so on, right? So that's it. That's how you look at it. Look at that. Point of view, top down. Do you see the difference? Does the picture on the left side, does it show that she's a bit more empowered and more strong, right? What about this other one? Not so much, yeah? So I think that point is clear. That's what I mean by point of view. Framing, whether it's a close-up. You know close-up? You know a medium close-up? You know a wide angle, a long shot? You understand that you're able to use all these to actually tell your story. How many more minutes do I have? I'm winding down. Framing. Like what we are doing now, in terms of how you put your frame. There's even what you call a frame within a frame. If someone took a picture outside and took the frame and people here, what happens? You can be able to tell a story within that frame. You can put what is important within the frame. Tumeelewana? Yeah. So think of like you're shooting a wedding and then someone is a wedding ring. You can actually shoot through the ring, yeah? That's a frame that you've created. Good, same thing, framing. Now this is very important. Have you learned about this? Who has no idea what this is? The rule of thirds. To not be a session without me talking about this. What have you heard about it? What's the story here? Who has heard about it? That's okay. So the rule of thirds is when you look at a screen, when you look at an image, when you look at a portrait, when you look at any picture, it is divided in thirds. Case in point, please, sir, stand up. Please come here. Right? So that you remember it, yeah? So when you look at this gentleman's face, what do you see first? The eyes, right? You see there? Where have the eyes been placed? If you divide his face the way we've divided in thirds, one, half, and the lower third, what do you see first? There? Huh? You see the eyes, why? Because on his face, the creator, the maker decided that that was the most important thing. The eyes were the most important thing on your face. And so they were placed up there so that when you look at someone, your eyes go to their eyes. If you hang out with someone and they're looking at your nose and your mouth, it's a bit weird, right? In fact, they say the eyes are the windows to there is reason for that. Tumeelewana? So you divide that, like you see that portrait there, and the middle part is this part. Not very interesting. Some are short noses, long noses, and so on, right? Then you have the lower part. But at the end of the day is that you divide it into thirds. Now, if my friend was looking this way and you're taking a picture, where would you leave more room? Where he's looking. What do you call that room that you leave? Nose room, or we can call it a what? Looking room. Do you understand? Where the person, when you do interviews, even if it's going to be any interview of someone, make sure that where they are looking, you leave more room. Tumeelewana? You start telling your stories that way. That's called a leading room. It is called a moving room. If it's a car, for example, it is called a looking room, especially in interviews. And here you don't leave as much space as possible, as you can see on that image there. Right? What about this space that is here with where the aspect, with the top of the frame? What do you call this? Headroom. Right? The headroom is where, for a film, you put your microphone and it's there. And normally you do it this way. Right? So ukiona boom imeingia kuna, right? Have you shot something and then your sound guy and a beep to boom? Yeah. So that's it. That's why it's called a head. If you put a mic, then that's the edge, right? And it's just good for someone just to have that room for everything. Now, the most important elements, you put them on the thirds and you put them on the upper third. Right now, I want you to start looking at portraits, at pictures, at ile iko karibu na any office. You'll see that's what they did. The painters of old, that's what they decided that works, and it works very well. Santi. It's clear if anyone didn't have an understanding of what it is, yeah? Your phones, your cameras have what you call grid lines. Those are grid lines, so they have that to be able then to help you with it. Okay? So even if you shoot like you're driving or you're going out there and you see a landscape of a beautiful place, what happens? You decide that you can make sure that the horizon is on the lower, a mountain is on the upper part. It is where you want your eyes to actually go. Tumeelewana? Is it clear? Yeah? Haya. Sawa. I think my time is over. Focus is also very important. That's crucial as well. So you put your focus, because then your eye moves to where your focus is. We've talked about focus. Depth of field, again, you're playing with focus. If this water is in focus, right, and I'm out of focus, that means that this has more clarity. You can see this more, yeah? That's what depth of field is all about. And there is shallow or deep depth of field. I can decide I want to see the whole place here. You can decide on that. Sasa, that is on you. And yeah, good. You can take a picture of this if you want. But yeah. So I think I know. See, we had so much to learn. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here. Batteries. But it will come up and we'll take. So I think I will pause there. I will end there. There's a few other slides that we'd have gone through, but I hope it has been engaging, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. My ask is for you guys here to build platforms to tell our stories, right? There's a whole conversation going in terms of the role of content creators, and it's big. I'll give you 2 examples. A while back, Nairobi, or when you Googled Kenya, what would happen? What would come to your, when you Google, what would happen? What would show up? What would show up? There's no idea what shows up when you Google Kenya way back. Someone? Give someone else. Just one.
Okay, I'm Jeremy Mwita. When you Google Kenya right now,
When you googled.
Yeah, okay. When you googled Kenya, you'll find some definitions and some videos.
Yes, so tell us about the pictures and the videos that you'd see.
You see videos telling you more about Kenya.
Boss. So, right, so you'll see more videos telling about Kenya, but what was it? What was there? Tell me, tell us. Would there be images of animals? That's what I want to hear. Would there be images of ZTech University?
Okay. There were images of wildlife Kenya, the flag.
Yes.
And some buildings, some tall buildings of Nairobi.
Yes, but before we go to the buildings, hugely honestly, it was always animals, right? You'd see wildlife, you'd see the wildebeest migrations, that used to happen. But until we decided that, for example, Nairobi Sundays and through the week, there are photographers who are doing that, Nairobi actually made it to the Trip Advisor as the place that people would want to visit the most. Why? Because through your content that you're creating across the country, people are seeing that it's a nice place to come and have cocktails, right? It's a nice place that has a good nightlife. It has a place that has nice malls. It is a place that has good, tall buildings. Tumelewa? So do you see how important what you're doing? And back to that question that I asked you in the beginning. If there's one story that you'd wish to be remembered for, what would be that story? Because we are shaping narrations, we are shaping perception through our images. Tumeelewana? And we as people in media, as people who are journalists, as filmmakers, as photographers, we are what you call sentinels. We are protectors of our cultures. And even as AI comes in and we use all those tools, we have to use them to try and promote, preserve our cultures and not to dilute them. Tumeelewana? So as you create content, because the next car that will drive itself through Nairobi will need your images put on satellite for it to know hapa ni Mama Ngina inaenda hivyo. So as content creators, we have to embrace that. The last thing I ask you, yesterday there was an AI thing that I attended with that was shaping AI and the creative economy and how that is going. What was clear, right, is that we have to build our own platforms. And those platforms are not being built by people who are 50, 60 years old. It's been built by 19, 18, 20 something. It's been built by you guys. Sawa. So the same thing that I've asked you to look at your images, at your stories in a different way. Start seeing another role that you can play for this great country. Right? I will end it there. Thank you so much. My name is John Wambugu. Asanteni sana.
Would you take a question or two?
Your time is the one. Sasa tuko mikononi yako.
We have time for maybe one or two questions. So
that's okay.
If there's anyone with pressing questions, now is the time. Yani nawatetea na hamna maswali. Oh, okay.
Or a comment, it's still fine.
Well, first, Washington Odongo from Maseno University. I would like to first say thanks for the knowledge that you've imparted to us. And all of us, I can say, we've really gotten nourished from what you've presented to us. Well, as a media personality, as someone who has been into film, at some point you need to find money to get funds. And as young people, most people might use, there is what we call agendas. So someone might try to drive an agenda using a film by a young person. As a professional, how would you advise someone who is into film and wants to impact others but not use necessarily agendas by other people?
Good question. Do we answer them as it comes? All right, good. In terms of, because at the end of the day, it is about the story that you want to tell. Remember what I said, you guys are the protectors of our cultures. For example, I have a 5-year-old, for example, and when I look in the future, I'm like, okay, what will he be doing, and what will I have left of this, right? So we have to look at always the bigger picture. Money will always be there, but at the end of the day, what story do you want to tell? Right? I think that's very important. In terms of funding, and I think that's where you're going and so forth, I was invited to this session by the Kenya Film Commission, and I think there's one person who is here from the commission. He's there, right? Good. So what also would be important is also to always be on the lookout. I know the commission is always, for example, putting things out there and showcasing the different opportunities that are there. Please be look out and so on. I don't have a database where I can tell you that you have to go to this particular space and actually look for that. But if you're clear on looking, you'll actually get, because you get your pitch out and maybe then you go and you're able then to present, so on and so forth. Just to encourage you not to stop. It is not an easy profession. Please don't be lied upon that it is a very easy profession. It is not. But passion comes with a cost. And the same way it comes with a cost, it comes with great benefits. So that's it. I mean, so be on the lookout of those opportunities. Sasa, yeah. Any other question? Are there guys who are in tech here? Who do tech? Who are in ICT and do a bit of tech? Code. Do you have a friend? You're creatives mostly, right? In general, I can say you're all creatives. That's why you all remain behind. But do you have friends who are into tech, who code and do all those things? Why don't you? Because one of the main challenges that we've seen is that Amani is saying it is done, and I'm giving you 1 minute and I'm finished. But I'll challenge you guys. If you have a friend, you know, he's your, maybe he's your roommate or whatever it is. I want to encourage us to ask our tech people to build not for creatives, but to build with creative. Tumeelewana venye nimesema hapo? Because it is collaborative, right? Because that's where the world is going. Why can't you, for example, come up with a solution and then do something around machine learning or these large language models like your ChatGPT and so on? That can also come from this particular space that it can come from this country. But we have to be able to talk to each other. And I think that for the organizers, the next thing that you do, open up a conversation where there are tech people and there are creative people, right? And then open that conversation, because it's a healthy conversation. Because the tech person will never come. Usually they will be on their laptop, they're doing their own things. But when you come and you give them ideas, what happens? You guys are able to build something that is more powerful. So collaboration is important. More collaboration, less compare. Especially for you guys, please adapt that mentality of collaborating. All right, good. Any other question, or that's it?
Okay. My question was channeled to, trying to tell stories. Most of the times, in telling stories, what is sana is photography, and you find that with how AI and the digital space is continuing to grow, the AI is kind of trying to replace the original photography, which you could go to the field and take an image and try to tell a story. But right now, anyone can go on any AI and try to feed it a story of what it wants it to come up with, and then it will generate that image. Therefore, as a photographer, you are challenged to try and find out how you can keep being very authentic while still telling your story. While still AI is in the picture. Yeah.
So is that a comment or it's a question?
It's it's a question, like how do you use AI, or how do you still play with it in the field while you maintain your authenticity?
My encouragement these days, and whenever I get a chance to speak in forums like this, I'm encouraging us not to fear, right? Not to fear AI, because it is here. And in the next 5 years, it will be very, very far. Why don't we learn how to use it? That's the opportunity. Because at the end of the day, it will need someone to prompt it. Do you understand? Can ChatGPT or Perplexity or anyone who uses Grok, can it prompt by itself? You have to give it instructions. Now imagine even what can we also look at also using that. Now, I'll give you another example. It's a good question you asked because you're a journalist. The cameras there, I went to a studio the other day, I think it was Kameme TV, and at the studio, and I think you have it here, the cameras were not manned. They were using PTZ cameras. PTZ means pan, tilt, and zoom cameras. They are able to track. They are able to, you sit, and you're actually able then to zoom to the camera does everything, and just needs one operator. So I asked the guys so there was one guy who was there. And I asked him, boss, wewe bana. Wewe, he was like, most of the guys that we had here have been let go. Do you understand? But, so why did he survive? Because he learned how to use it. So from that gentleman here with sunglasses behind in a black shirt and blue jeans, my encouragement to you, apart from nice composing, looking room and so on, and the headroom, I want to encourage you, moving on, understand where that technology is moving. Understand how to live stream. Understand how to use the PTZ cameras, for example. Right? Because someone has to do it, right? Even if someone has to do it. So let's not be scared. And I know it's a bit scary. True. Right? But let us see it as a way that AI can be able to help us even achieve things in a much faster way. And efficiency. Right? Yeah. Because the human touch, the human need will still. Kwani AI ilijitengeneza? Ilitengenezwa na nani? You are the guys who made the AI, sindio? So at the end of the day, you can be able to decide what you actually want to do. And we live, ladies and gentlemen, we live in such a nice country that we are early adopters of tech. We are not laggards like neighboring countries. We adopt to tech so fast. You saw the numbers the other day, 42%. We are leading the world in ChatGPT usage. True or not? That's what we are doing now. But how can we turn that into something that is more healthy for us? Apart from just Googling and doing all those things, how can we decide that, hey, I'm a creative, I will sit with a few guys who are in tech, and what can we be able to build for our people? So that as much as the guys in the States who are building all these platforms are building it for us, and we are just feeding what it is giving us, why can't we build something as well that they also can be able to be using and giving us the information? Because guess what? By 2050, they are saying 1 in every 3 young Africans will be, 1 in every 3 young people in the world will be an African. Pause on that. Right? Yeah. So many opportunities ahead. Good?
Yeah, I think we're good.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante.
Yeah. Thank you so much for taking us through this. A round of applause, please. I think we can leave, we can stretch, but lunch is being brought in here. So maybe you can take this time to stretch and wait for that. And after lunch, we are immediately moving to the awards. So stick around for that. Thank you for your patience. Come stretch and while we work on lunch. Is that okay? Sawa, asanteni sana.
all the way to Meru University. They were supposed to leave this place at 2, but it is 15 minutes to 3. So it is in the interest of time, we want to start the awarding ceremony. And the facilitators of this session kindly start with Meru University so that they can leave this place as early as possible. Please, please, please keep on time.
Good. Good. Alright, tusimame. Simama, simama. So we're going to do the Simon Says, si ndio? Stretch up, stretch up. Stretch up, stretch up. Stretch up, stretch up. Unakumbuka zile makofi tulipiga? Twende. Hizi ni Fanta na Coke zinafanya kazi. Twende. Haya, sasa hata nitafute mtu tutakaa naye hapa kwa hii stage. Twende. Showers. Thunder. Until Madam Mercy gets here. Makofi.
Thank you, our MC. As you've been told, my name is Mercy. For anyone who's joining us now or somebody who was not here yesterday. And we'll jump right into the awarding ceremony. As my colleagues finalize on that, I think I will first. How many people are from Meru University? Bachelor and nice turnout. So our colleagues from Meru University are about to leave, and we understand Jumnarudi Mbali. And so I think we'll start with somebody from Meru University, and then we will proceed after that. So I hope you can bear with me as we award people from Meru University first, and then we'll continue with the program. Is that okay? Yeah. So we are going to award the best. Okay, really, we are looking at the turnout of the people in here, right? And I think you've noticed that people from Meru are the ones with the most people. Okay, people from Kwea, where are you? Kwea, where are you? Let me see. People from Meru, where are you? I mean, naona mtu ana complain sana amevaa glasses, so I understand. It's fine. I can relate. So yeah. So one, because of this turnout, and they are also the team wenye wametoka mbali kabisa. So we will like to award our chapter rep from Meru, Mr. Jacob Omondi. I don't know if he's in the house. Jacob Omondi, is he in the house?
Joshua.
Oh, Joshua. Sorry, Joshua Omondi.
Come on, appreciate him, wewe. Appreciate him, you can do better.
I'd also like to call their lecturer, because we have a lecturer from Meru University. So if you could kindly join us, Mom.
Come on, appreciate her. Wait.
So our president is giving the award, but we would love for the lecturer to be the one to award him, okay? So let's clap, guys. Apart from what Meru do wanna
come on, appreciate them.
So thank you, Joshua. Thank you for a picture with the awardee. So thank you, Joshua. Thank you for bringing in the crowd. Thank you for putting JSAC in Meru University. We are very grateful for that, and we appreciate you. And thank you, Mwalimu, for joining us as well. We are very happy that you did. Okay. Clap as he goes.
Come on, appreciate them.
Okay, so as we had been told earlier, we had initially planned for the Media Students Awards, which was postponed for reasons that you guys already know, right? And some of the submissions we got were really amazing. The works that you people sent to us was exceptional, and we didn't judge it ourselves. So I'm sure there are judges amongst us. Yeah, we'll wait for Meru to go. Your attention should be here. Wait for just let what Meru end. Your attention should be with me. So yeah. So while we were getting the submissions, we decided to bring in professionals to be the judges of all the stuff you sent, because we are students like you, so we really can't judge it, right? And we had a couple of categories. I want to see, maybe I'll pass these mics around. Anybody who knows any of the categories that were there for the awards, Media Student Awards? Any category that you know of or that you participated in? Guys. Okay. Any?
Best investigative.
Investigative piece. Did you send your work?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Irene.
Okay. Any other?
There were podcasts.
Podcasts, yes. Did you send in your work?
Yes.
For podcasts?
Yes.
Okay. Any other person? This? Okay.
Vincent.
Yeah.
Article writing.
Article writing, yes. Any other? There are few people here.
Isaac from Tangaza University.
Yeah.
I sent my documentary.
Nice. Tunashika hizo jina. We want to see if you guys are among our winners as well. If you're not, tutauliza mlituma kazi gani jamini. But again, I'd also like to take this chance to say all the works that you sent was really inspiring, especially knowing that you sent that work from, some of you used your phones, especially for the documentaries, the films. So it was really inspiring. So whether you win today or you don't, know that you did some inspiring work. The next person.
Best film and documentary.
Nice. Did you send your work? Okay.
Yeah.
Sasa mnaona
Titus.
words. Oh, okay, Titus, thank you. Mnaona words inakuwa prepared, so we can move to this side. Any other category that you can think of that you remember? She has forgotten her job. MC, I'll fire you.
Best show host, I'm a best radio.
Okay, did you send in your work?
But it was not reviewed.
It was not reviewed. Somebody told you it was not reviewed. Who told you? Give her the mic. Who told you it was not reviewed?
I think that I can say privately. Okay, I sent,
Yes.
but the link had a problem. So I later found out that I was contacted by I was not my email. I was not using that email at that time. Sasa nika realize a day after.
Technology. But is that really now? That is to show you that okay, who is at fault at this case? Ama kuna fault. Okay, it's fine. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. So from now, this is what happened. Those students who submitted their works and the link was not able to be accessed by the judges, you were given 7 days. So that's a week. I mean, why don't you check your email in a week? Yeah.
Maybe she was on vacation. I mean, yeah, maybe. But I think now we're ready, right? Amani, we're ready? Okay, so I'll start with the best investigative piece for print and TV. Our judges for this was African Censored. I don't know if there's any judge from African Censored who took part in this? No, if there isn't, I think we'll just start with the winners. So again here, we had 3 winners, but 2 of them had already received their awards because in as much as we cancelled our media awards, there are people who showed up that day. And winners who showed up that day, especially people who came from as far as Mombasa, others from Meru, it's a good thing they came today. I would have thought they wouldn't have showed up again. But anyway, the people who came that day who are coming from far were given their awards because there was a chance they will not show up again. So we, at number 3, we had Samuel Ngala from Chuka. He's in absentia, so I guess we'll just celebrate him in absentia. And then at number 2,
Come on.
Yes, that was the 3rd best investigative piece for both print and TV. The second, I'm hoping is here, is from MMU. Anybody from MMU in the crowd? Okay. Anybody from MMU? Ah, nice. So the second person in the best investigative piece was Alvin Ochieng. A round of applause, please.
Come on, appreciate him. Piga makofi bana. Ai.
Why is it dwindling? See, MC alisema hakuna kiwaru. What is happening? Clap for him, tafadhali.
Come on, appreciate him. You can do better than that.
I would also like to call our president, Mr. Ernest, to come and award him. If he's in absentia, I'll call Amani to come award Alvin Ochieng from MMU. He was the second position for best investigative piece.
Come on, mpigeni makofi we meza hiyo kiwaru haraka tuendelee. Appreciate him. Good.
Alvin, just a minute. What was your piece about?
Hello guys. So my name is Alvin Ochieng. I do digital journalism at audreymedia.co.ke, and I'm also a comrade, a second year student at the Great Multimedia University of Kenya. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know about great, but yeah.
Yeah, so I presented a piece about, I think at that time, the current oil in South Africa. Yeah, it was about that, the ongoing war. So I presented it, and here I am, and I'm so grateful. That this is my first award as a digital journalist, a young journalist.
Come on, encouragement.
And I also, I'm currently finishing my internship program with the CNN Academy, the cohort. For those fellows that know, the CNN Academy had a 3 months program internship, and I'm currently finishing. This is my last month at the CNN Academy. Luckily, maybe I can be picked. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Appreciate him. Wapewe piga makofi piga. Meza kiwaru haraka. Bas.
Aha. And then I also hope we can provide a link to all this work, especially the film, the audio, so that you can also see what it took for these guys to be the top 3 or the best, okay? And at position 1, we had Ian Baraka, and he's also in absentia, so let's appreciate him in absentia. Okay, after that, we had a category in Best Campus Podcast. I remember that somebody around there said they submitted their podcast, so let me see. But at number 3, we had Adrian Gift from the University of Nairobi. Yes. So we had Adrian Gift from the University of Nairobi, and he had a podcast on Watalii podcast. So Adrian, is he in? Adrian Gift?
Come on, piga makofi vizuri.
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Gibson Igueta.
Yes, so he's Gibson. You're also a part of Waterloo podcast.
Yeah.
What's your contribution to Waterloo podcast?
I'm a sound operator, a camera person, and a cast.
What is Waterloo podcast about?
It's a university podcast that focuses on various topics that are trending, and yeah.
So, if you want tea, we come to Waterloo. Is it news, entertainment? What's the genre?
It is comprehensive. It covers a lot of things like matters trading, academics. We host people. Yeah.
When you say trading, academics, are we learning about? Because academics trading. Okay, are we learning about trading in the podcast? I'm just trying to get a picture of what is your target niche. What exactly are you working on? Earlier on, we were told to narrow down, right? Tukuwe na a niche. So lazima tuelewe kwa nini mlishinda. What is it that is different about your podcast? What exactly do you focus on? Or what are the 3 main topics you focus on in your podcast?
As I said earlier, we focus on various topics. For instance, we can choose to focus like matters of health. We can invite someone who is more detailed about that topic, and we can work with him or her. Various celebrities who may be, when you're focusing on matters like social media and something of sort.
I'll let you go because you're not the host, right? You're not Adrian. So I will let you go because some of these questions I would have loved for the host to answer them. Where can people find Waterloo podcast?
You can find them on a lot of platforms: YouTube, Spotify, TikTok, IG, like Waterloo podcast everywhere.
We'll go and see why they won, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Amani, the gifting for Waterloo podcast. Okay. Okay, yeah. So thank you. They can still get a picture. Because he's representing, you can still get a picture with Amani, and then we will move to the second. We'll move to the second podcast. That was Collins Ndalo. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. Collins Ndalo from Zetech University. Appreciate him better.
Come on, piga kelele wewe.
So your podcast was on Urban Z podcast, right?
That's the name of the podcast.
What does your podcast do? What do you guys talk about on your podcast?
Okay, first by the name Urban Z, it's about the urban society, and the Z stands for the Generation Z. So basically it's about matters around Gen Z's campus lifestyle and lifestyle as a whole.
Okay, and in the submission you made, what were you guys talking about in that particular submission, that piece that you submitted?
Actually, it was a lifestyle. The title ilikuwa lifestyle ya kiplastic. So it's a bit creative. You can think, Pia, I'm the producer of the podcast, but they are host of the podcast. They're in here. Yeah, so basically I come with the ideas, I give them, and they present it.
So you are the brains
behind
the okay, very nice. So I'd call Mr. Masawa to come award him. And our photographer, you're ready, Sinjo. So we can give it up for Urban Z podcast again.
Come on, appreciate wewe kutoka Zetech. Piga makofi, meza kewaru, tuende tena. Good.
What was Zetech? I'm not hearing you.
Come on, appreciate him wewe.
Thank you. And then now to the Best Campus podcast. This is actually a very good friend of mine, and I can see she's also not present, but I've been told there are people who sent in their representatives. I am not sure if this is one of them, but again, it seems the University of Nairobi is working a lot towards promoting all producing very good quality podcasts. So at position 1, again, from the University of Nairobi. I know by now you've figured out I'm from the University of Nairobi. So again, from the University of Nairobi, Elizabeth Mueni with Bodies and Thank you. So body we move to best campus podcast. Our judge was Busara Naman, and I don't know if he's in. Okay, so we move to the best short film documentary. Our judges for this were from the Kenya Film Commission, and we had the 3 best. At number 3, again, from the University of Nairobi. At this point, you'll think I'm biased. Maybe somebody else should take. From the University of Nairobi, 18 minutes. So is there anybody from the University of Nairobi who produced or who was part of 18 minutes, the documentary? None? Okay. Can still appreciate them. Thank you. And at position 2, from ZTech, this was Deep Fake. So anybody from Deep Fake, the production, if they're here, yeah, you can definitely.
Come on, appreciate them. Wapi kelele, piga makofi vizuri. Appreciate them. Good.
Also, we have somebody from the Kenya Film Commission right here, right? So I would request him to come as we award Deepfake and be part of this, because after this I would also like him to say a thing or two. Yes, so please appreciate him as he comes.
Appreciate them. You can do mpaka afike. Piga tu makofi usichoke until they get here. Until they do it, you can do better. Come on, appreciate.
Okay, thank you. So now we go to number 1. This was Sniper's Ascent to Madness. I don't know if the creators are here, the people who... Yes, please come. By any, and if it's an entire team, you can still come the entire team. You don't have to have one person coming in. So, and
come on, appreciate him. Appreciate them. Good job.
And because we have one of the judges here, I will give him a minute to talk on the metrics they were using to judge the best short films and documentaries, okay? And after that, we also have awards for our judges. So I think I'll give him a minute to talk about the metrics they were using to judge that, and why maybe yours did not make it to the 3 or did not make the cut. And then after that, we'll award them.
Hi guys, how are you? Umeboeka? Watu wa film na watu wa PR kwangu wamechangamka. My name is Stanley Mungatu. I'm working for the commission and I'm the marketing officer. First and foremost, I want to appreciate JSAC team, Lydia and your team. You have been doing amazing work. So keep doing it. Our participation as KFC was judging the short film and the short documentary. And I don't know whether you all know about KFC. That is Kenya Film Commission. Do you know? Some do, some don't. We are state Corporation under the Ministry of Youth, Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and the Sport. So we are mandated to promote, develop, and market the Kenya film industry, both locally and internationally. As a judge, I was the secretary to the judges. Apologies, they did not make it to this occasion. But having sat in that committee, there were some aspects they were looking at in the film category. One of the time threshold. Making a film, you must understand your genre. You have the animation, you have the documentary, that where we have the short documentary and the feature documentary. You have the short films, and also have the feature films. And each genre has specific threshold. For the specific category that we are working on, or the short film, the time threshold is between 1 minute and 30 minutes. So once you produce a film that is 31 minutes, where does it lie? So once you submit your film plus 31 minutes and above, the judges may have what we call judge discretion. They may but the standard time is 1 minute to 30 minutes. So the judges are looking at the time threshold, the story, how you develop the story, and how you execute that story, the directing, cinematography, editing, the production design, and also the makeup and the costume. And I want to mention something about the makeup. Once you are doing your makeup in the film industry or in that film, please be practical as much as possible. For example, once you are doing a makeup for a person who has been injured, I don't expect you unampaka damu ya pink. You must be practical. So once you are doing that makeup, please be as practical as possible. And once we are judging the films, there are several themes which came out of the films that we watched. One was about love, crime, drug and substance abuse, marriages, and also gender-based violence, among others. What we observed with the judging is that there was a general improvement in terms of making the film. The 3 years ago, the kind of film that we were producing and whatever we are making at this time, actually they are a bit different. Now you are motivated to watch the films. And also there's some that we also observed during the judging. We call it one-man show. You are the producer of that film. You are the director. You are the editor. You are doing everything by yourself. My plea, please let's involve other talents. Get their views for diversity. So we can watch on that. I want to finish. As a commission, we are organizing some festivals where students can participate and participate freely. We have My Kenya, My Story. It's a short, it's a mobile phone film competition whereby you shoot your content using a mobile phone. And we award for that. Just a 3 minutes to 5 minutes film. You give us your film. Once we do call for submission. Submit your film, then we judge your work and we award. We start with 50,000 for the jury mention. We go to the third runners up, 100,000. Up to the first runners up and also the winner in that category. Then also I know you know about our Kalasha International Film Awards. We have specific categories for the students, from right away from animations, documentaries, short films, and there's a specific reason why we have put our students categories by themselves. The reason is we we don't expect a student film to compete against a guru film. Assume you are competing against Sarah Hassan. Who will win? Sarah Hassan. So we put them in one basket and students alone. So the judging criteria is always the same, but now the people in the pool, they are different. So your competitors are your fellow students. I think I will end up there, and congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come
While
on,
you're
appreciate
sitting
him,
there-
appreciate
while
him
you're
better,
sitting
appreciate
there,
him better.
We have awards for our judges. Simu appreciate, guys. Come on.
Come on,
And
meza
we also
kiwaru.
have certificates. We also have certificates for our judges. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work you put in. And the awards we just gave for the best short films. Now we go to best documentary. This was also judged by the Kenya Film Commission. And I will start with number 3 from Daystar University. The title of the documentary was Touched by Time. So anybody from Daystar University, Touched by Time? They're not present. Okay. We'll move to the second position. From at this point, when I take a pose, you should just know which university I'm about to call. But from the world-class university, the University of Nairobi, Taste of Tradition by Nevin Kiragu. Appreciate him as he comes.
And appreciate him, appreciate him, appreciate him, appreciate him. You can do better, appreciate him, appreciate him.
Hizo applause zinafaa kumatch the school. World class. Never got world class applause. You guys, hawajui world class ndio? Yeah, definitely. Shule ni shule. Wewe umesoma University of Nairobi. Wewe umeona cabinet, one of the qualifications lazima ukue from the University of Nairobi. Lakini sahi utaandikwa kazi, lakini utaandikwa kazi kwa cabinet. No, there are layers to this shit. You guys are here, we are here. There's a difference. We cannot argue on this. We cannot argue on this. Let me tell you guys, we cannot argue on this. You know, nimeambiwa nitapoteza kazi, but you know what? I fight for what I believe. I fight for what I believe. Aya. So we will move on to our number 1 from Kabarak University. That is Peter William. The title of his documentary was Passion of Purpose. Peter William from Kabarak University. Is he in? Okay, then we'll appreciate him in absentia. Please, round of applause. Thank you. Now we move to the best feature, the best radio feature, okay? So we will start with position 3. That is Emmanuel Juma. This sounds like a name you hear on radio. Emmanuel Juma, is he in the house? Representative? No one? Okay. We move to position 2. From Tangazo University, Isaac Sawanga. Isaac, celebrate him as he comes.
Appreciate him, you can do better, appreciate him. Appreciate him.
Congratulations, Isaac, for being the second best radio feature, for having the second best radio feature. Photographers. Thank you. And taking position 1 is John Mutinda. John Mutinda. Is he in the house? If not, I guess. If not, I guess we move on to the best use of social media for storytelling. So an interesting bit here. For the best use of social media for storytelling, we had a tie at number 1. So because we had a tie at number 1, we didn't have a second position, so we just have number 3 and then the 2 guys for number 1. And this piece was judged by Jacob Nyongesa from the Media Council of Kenya. The previous piece, Best Radio Feature, was also judged by Christine Nguku from the Media Council of Kenya. So for this, our third position goes to Johnson Muridhi. Johnson Muridhi is in the house. Johnson Muridhi. Okay, he's not. But you can still appreciate him in absentia. Thank you, thank you. And then we have the 2 guys who are tying at number 1. The first one is Ruby Mutegi from the University of Nairobi. Ruby Mutegi, is she in the house? Okay. And they are tying with Jodia Ibrahim. Jodia Ibrahim. Okay, so Agnes receiving the gift for Jodia Ibrahim. Yes, let's move that along. Thank you very much. Then we move to the best feature story. The best feature story was judged by Mushiri Karanja, and I'm being told the judge is in attendance. So I will call out the winners, and then after that we will listen to the judge on the criteria they used, and so on. And at number 3, we have Eric. I don't know why they submitted one name. Eric Litali. Okay, Eric Litali. Is he in the house? I'm assuming not. We can still appreciate him in absentia for being number 3. At position 2, we have Miriam Otieno. Miriam Otieno, where are you? Celebrate her.
Come on, appreciate her, appreciate her. Appreciate the young man. Appreciate her until she gets here. Appreciate.
Amazing. Sorry. Before she leaves the stage, thank you. Here you go, Miriam. What was your feature story on?
I wrote a story on dental fluorosis.
And what is that for people who don't know?
Oh, it's about discoloration of the teeth. Okay, growing up, I always wanted to be a lawyer. With the nilikuwa najua lawyers wanatetea haki za watu, but growing up you see what you are thinking as you ulikuwa mdogo. But I found myself in the media space, and I got that chance, like nilijiambia I can also do that which I wish to do as I was growing up. Then I found myself I was a victim of that effect, dental fluorosis, where your teeth get discolored, not because of oral hygiene, but because of the water you have. So I grew up where our water, hard water, the mineral levels are very high, leading to dental fluorosis, and we find that there is stigmatization. So I just wanted to create awareness to tell people that not everybody whose teeth is discolored is because of oral hygiene. Some of us found ourselves in that situation.
Inspiring, truly inspiring. And
appreciate her, better appreciate the girl child.
And even if you are not our Kili yet, because you can always decide to be one, as a journalist, I believe you're still, you can still be our Kili. You're just like in the court of public opinion. So in a way, you're still doing your work. And that was truly inspirational. Again, another round of applause for Miriam. Thank you, thank you. And finally, at position 1, we had Onyango Martin. Is he in? Celebrate him as he comes.
Come
Onyango
on,
Martin.
appreciate him, appreciate him, appreciate him.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here you go, here you go. Tell us about the winning feature story. What was that about?
First and foremost, good evening, team. I'm Onyango Martin, and as I stand here, I represent Rongo University. My feature story was about the Chamgiwadu Community Water Project that is based in Migori County, Rongo Sub-County. So one day as I was walking, I happened to have reached Chamgiwadu community. It was a community just within Rongo Sub-County. And what I observed there really touched me, actually. I saw some of the school children, actually. The region was very desertic. There was no water. So it was at 2 p.m. The children were sent by the school teacher to go and fetch water. And they were going as far as a place called, if you have ever been to Migori town, I think there is a river there we call River Kuja. So the students were walking all the way from Chamgiwadu to River Kuja to fetch water. So that one really touched me, and I decided to write a story. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate him, appreciate him, appreciate him. And now I would like to invite the judge to talk to us about the criteria used to gauge and judge this particular category. So the judge for best feature stories, Sherry Karanja.
Come on, appreciate him, Jamani, appreciate him. You can do better.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mosheri Karanja, and I am thank you. That's from my class. So my name is Moshiri, and I am a journalist. I started writing stories in 2007. That's when I published my first story. Means I've been in the business of writing news and features for the last 18 years. My last posting was the Media Council of Kenya as in mentorship. My job was to mentor young writers. That was my last posting. Right now I'm a media consultant. Now without wasting time, let me go to what I used, the criteria we used to judge. They've come up the best feature. I want to start by saying I didn't even know the universities I was dealing with. I've just seen their faces now, okay? I'm honored to see their faces. I just read their stories. I didn't even check which university they were from. I looked at the story. Because a good story is like, allow me to use this. A good story is like a beautiful lady. Even if you put rags on her, she's still beautiful. Are we together? Are we together? So a good story is a good story. It doesn't need to be defended. Are we together? So quick. I would go through all those things of what I used, but I'll go to the first one. The first qualification was, is this story a feature? Many of us didn't seem to know the difference between a news story and a feature story, and that's why we went wrong. So the first qualification was, is this story a feature or a news story? We need to go back to classes and realize that there's a big difference between features and news stories. Basically, feature stories are about people. They're about people, they're about, they're timeless. They don't have to be 5 people seriously died to go deeper. So if it was not a feature story, automatically I knew I was not dealing with a feature story. Number 2 was depth. The depth of the story. In this case, I was looking at the diversity of sources. We have these beautiful stories where people used only one source. That means you didn't do your homework well. It's a good feature story if the sources, the voices that you used are diverse. If you're doing a feature story, don't have only one voice. Interview more people for balance, for accuracy, and it also gives depth to your story. That's another thing. And number 3, the uniqueness of your story. Is the idea unique? I will not go into that because it's difficult to define unique, but it must have that wow effect. The wow effect. Wow. I didn't know that people can miss opportunity to do very good jobs because of their teeth. Hello? So it's a wow. You mean just the fact that you have discolored tooth and you miss your career? I didn't know that. The wow effect. Very important also, impact. Impact. As you go out to do a story, ask yourself, what is this story going to do for the people who are going to read it? What is this story going to do to the society that is going to receive this story, right? Beautiful story on water project, and I'm proud to meet the writer finally. And it has the impact. A kind of story, if it runs tomorrow, somebody's going to ask, hey, we need to have people go out there and provide water for these people. Impact. Don't write a story for yourself. Write a story that once it gets published, it brings change. I think that's basically all. I won't go into the details, but that's basically what we were looking at. In case you need mentorship on features writing, we are available. I am available. We have done features for the last 18 years. In case you want to know how to do them, please don't hesitate to contact me. I can link you up to other feature desk writers or editors to help you through in writing features. Thank you.
Come on, appreciate him, you can do better. Mpigie makofi. Appreciate him.
Thank you so much, thank you. And I hope now you know why yours did not make the cut or where to improve. And I will go straight to the best PR campaign. This was judged by Julie Otieno. And for this, we only have one winner. His name is Ibrahim Jodia. Is he in? Ibrahim Jodia. He's not. He was doing a PR campaign on humanity. Yeah, so I think we can appreciate him in absentia, Ibrahim Jodia. And then we also had the best crisis communication strategy. And for this, we also have one winner. And the winner for this from Zitech University is Viona Adhiambo. Clap for her as she comes.
Come on, appreciate her. You can do better, appreciate her from Zitech University. Appreciate her.
Thank you. And
Come on, appreciate her. She goes back.
after that, we move to the most promising media maverick. And for this was judged by Judge Queen Tambori. How many people know Queen Tambori? Wow. Okay. So Queen Tambori is the president of Amwick. And here we also have 3 winners. At number 3, we have Georgina Mwikali from the University of Nairobi.
Come on, appreciate her.
Georgina Mwikali. She'll be awarded by our SG, Mr. Masawa. Georgina Mwikali at position 3. I would have loved to know the metric of how this was done, but I guess when we meet Quint, I will ask her. And then thank you. At number 2, again from the University of Nairobi, John. I'm not making this up. From the University of Nairobi, John Omahe at position 2. Is not in, so we'll move to position 1. You can still appreciate him. Thank you.
And then at position 1 from Kabarak University, Peter William. Peter William from Kabarak University. He's also not in attendance. We can appreciate him in absentia. Thank you. Thank you. And then we had the best photojournalist. Yeah. And this was judged by Augustine Jenge from MCK. And at position 3, we have Washington Odongo. At position 3, we have Washington.
Come on, appreciate him, appreciate the gentleman. Come on.
Washington Odongo. And he will be awarded by Agnes, our communications director. Yes, so we can appreciate him as he is being awarded Washington Odongo at 3rd place. And then we have George Edwin Owino. George Edwin Owino, is he in the house? Where is he? Ah, celebrate him.
Come on, appreciate him, appreciate him. He's doing a good job, appreciate him. Mpigie makofi bana.
Our cameraman has been doing a great work from yesterday. And I would like our SG, Masawa, to award him this. Because one, they come from the same university. And so I would love you to award George Edwin his certificates and a medal. Oh, for second place? For second place, yeah. And then finally we have Thomas Sandy. Okay, yes. I'd also like these two people to return again. Martin Onyango and Miriam Otieno. I'd like you guys to please come back again for your certificates, and I'll ask the judge to please come and award them for the best feature stories and second best feature stories. So we're supposed to give this. And our camera guys, you're ready. So this was for Mr. Martin. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Congratulations again for both Miriam. Okay, and then for first place, for the best photojournalist, we have Thomas Sandy from the University of Nairobi. Is he in? Okay, so he has sent his apologies. He is not in. But again, another win for the University of Nairobi. And we proceed to awards for Media for Change. So for this section, or for this category, it was already here. I'll just call the winners, we'll award them. And then after which, we will give Zainab a minute or two to tell us what was the matrix for judging. Or better yet, I would love if Zainab will come and help us award the winners. So at number 3, we have Chico Moreno. Chico Moreno, is he in? Okay. I'm confused. You have 2 names. Okay. You'll come and explain to us. Chico Moreno at position 3. Appreciate him as he comes. don't tire clapping for others. Yako pia inakuja. So Chico Moreno at position 3. And then we have Edwin Mudhi at position 2. Edwin Mudhi. Is he in? Edwin Mudhi?
Come on, appreciate him. You can do better than that. Appreciate him.
And then for position 1, we have Hazel Nyokabi. And this is the point where I'll invite Zainab to first come help us award Hazel Nyokabi and then proceed. Hazel Nyokabi? She's not in? Okay.
Okay, so I'm a journalist for close to a decade now, and as I was judging the stories, one of the things I was looking at is we kind of moving away from where, how, why to solution-based. So even if you're telling a story, for example, discoloring of teeth for people who live in Nakuru, what solution are you giving? What can they do? You don't just tell the problem and maybe talk to an expert or the government. No, you also try to find a solution for them so that even if someone is going to read that story or listen to it or watch the story, they know what they can do. Even as we also look into making sure that those who are responsible or the policymakers are doing something to change. So if you're telling your story, you're not just telling your story, and for a story, let's say for example, a good feature story, you'll have to have a case study. So if, for example, I go to Madare and I interview a woman who maybe they've been looking for services and they're trying to use SHA, it's not working, just interviewing her and leaving without, in my story, without telling or trying to find a solution is not enough. So I think that's where the journalism is going now. Even as you're telling your story, you're telling community-based or human-centered stories, just try to make sure that you're trying to give a solution, not even trying, make sure you're giving a solution. So tell your story where the problem is, what the government need to do, or the policy makers, or what the experts are saying about such a topic or an issue, but also you as a journalist also try to tell or try to find a solution so that the person who's watching, reading, or listening to your story know what they can do. Don't just leave them, with question, so what? Then you'll not have communicated or you'll not have solved a solution. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I think I'll hand over the project to Agnes to take over. Kwani hamwezi ni clap yes, nimefanya kazi. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing well. I'll be in charge of winners for the articles. As you can remember, we called for articles under the theme Fostering Change Through Informed Journalism, which has been the theme for our conference throughout, and people made their submissions. We also had judges for this who helped us determine the winners. So at position 1, we have Felix Mudama, who emerged as first position for the submission articles. Felix, are you in the house? Okay, let's appreciate him in absentia. At position 2, we had Mr. Meshak Mutai. Yeah, let's appreciate him as he comes. I'll have Ernest award them. And at position 3, we have Felix Bonyo. Is Felix Bonyo around? Oh, yeah, he's. See you. Felix Bonyo. You are the representative. Felix. Okay, come. So our position 1 is here, Felix. We'll get awarded. Oh, in the back. For Felix, okay. And now to position 3, Mr. Felix Bonyo. I'll request his representative to come and speak on his behalf. And now to the judges who helped us determine the winners here. We have Miss Marian Machuka. Welcome her with a clap.
I'm so confused.
Then we have Miss Viona from ZTech. So I'll invite Miss Marian to tell us on the criteria they used to determine the winners.
Good evening, everybody. I'm so excited to be part of you. Thank you for the organizers for reaching this point. It's not easy to create an event and ensure. My apologies. Hello? Okay. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to come up with an event and ensure that it's actually implemented. So I'll go straight to what we looked at when we were judging the articles. First of all, the articles were amazing. We went through all the articles. We were 3 judges, and we all had turns looking through each articles, and then we compared the rankings where we felt some were a bit, what do we call it, ranked harshly. We went through them again and decided on, and actually made a final, what is it called? We made the final mark or the final ranking. So, as I mentioned, the articles are amazing. However, we found that when we were ranking the articles, most of them were cancelled out of the pure lack of originality. You would find that most were AI generated, and through that, it actually cancelled out even the credibility of the person who was actually writing the. Thank you. As I was. Thank you. As I was saying, most articles were cancelled or poorly ranked because they lacked originality. okay, in this current age, we find that most people don't read, and you cannot write when you're not a reader. When you read, you get information, and then when you're told to write, you write from a point of knowledge. When you're not a reader, when you're told to write, you can't pour from an empty cup, if I can say so. So I would urge you, if you're a writer at any capacity, make it a practice to read. Even the smallest articles, read, gather, whatever you gather, whatever you gather, put it down on paper or on your notes app, and then when you're told to write, you go and reference to that. Don't go to your AI search and look for information, because the information you won't be credible when you are pouring or when you are writing from a point of AI. Yes, okay, onto the other ways we looked at the articles were whether you complied with the directions for submissions. Simple things such as fonts and words number or word count, we also looked into that. So whenever you are given directions, that would also be essential to stay keen on. Yes, and lastly was the synthesis of the facts to arguments. There is an art to which you in which you give your facts. You just don't push facts onto your reader. You ensure you transition the reader smoothly into facts, because to lose a reader's focus in this day and age is really easy. Many do have ADHD, so ensure when you want to pour in a fact or two, ensure it is attached with a bit of story, make it interesting as well. Yes, that is all from my end. Thank you so much. And also, I think if you kindly allow me, maybe you would allow me to leave. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to give this to Madam Zainab. This is yours. Okay, next I'll be awarding the chapter representatives of the different institutions, and I'll start with okay, first I'll award the chapter representative of Kemu University. So the chapter representative of Kemu University made the leadership forum, GSAC leadership forum, to be a success. And for that reason, we're going to award him our number 2. Thank you very much, Keith. And to the next person, to the next chapter representative that you are going to award is the chapter representative of Presbyterian University of East Africa, Naashon. But because it's not available, anyone from where kindly come and pick it up for him. very much. And to the number 1 of chapter representatives, JSAC 2025, we are going to award it to Viona. Viona, kindly come again.
Appreciate her. Come on, appreciate her.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next to the people we're going to award, you're going to give them these certificates, and it's for our Journalism Student Association Bureau members. And I'm going to start with our web developer, Austin Oganga.
Come on, appreciate.
Okay, then to the next, you remember that you're going to award is our graphic designer, Mr. John Orechi. So in his absentia, we're going to give him later. The next one we're going to award Mr. Adrian Gifts, Finance Bureau. Okay. And recognizing our writer for the articles in our JSAC website, Mr. Tony Kule. We're going to give him this in his absentia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for taking your time to come and attend the annual Media Students Conference. Also, I want to appreciate for taking your time to be part of this, the Media Students Awards that we had postponed. I believe the officials have explained why that happened. So JSAC, the SG in the morning was taking through what we do as an association, and I don't want to go back to that. The reason why I'm here is to award my officials, the officials that we've been serving together for this second session. To be honest, it has been an year of, actually, as an association, this is the second session. And we've done so many projects, we've hosted so many events. This September has been a beehive of activities, if you ask me, from Masai Mara to the public speaking competition, and today we are here for the annual Media Students Conference. And all these will not have been successful without a team that supports the vision and the mission of the association. So to my officials, okay, not mine, to the association, of course, I'll say everybody is a winner, if you ask me. All of these officials, from the president all the way to the treasurer, they always do their best, if you ask me. So allow me to just go to I mean, this is what I preferred. Before I award the officials, I prefer I would love to hand over their certificates. And please note this. This is something I've been working with the team. Most of them I've worked with them for 2 years, and some of them 1 year, some of them 3 months, 4 months. And I want to say I really appreciate your efforts for the far that we've come from as an association. So this is a certificate for serving in the association. Some have served first, second, others 3 months, but still you'll have your certificates. So I prefer I hand over your certificates, and then now we go to the awarding of the officials. So I'll begin with the Office of the Treasurer, Mr. Trevor Munga. Please, mpige makofi vizuri. Akisema and by the way, he's an author. And also, anaweza sema sahi tupewe refreshments za pili ndo twende nyumbani. So mpige makofi vizuri. Yeah, so this is for you, Trevor. Yeah, and by the way, okay, from the University of Nairobi. Okay, so you can say a word. You can just say how the session has been or anything to you.
Okay, so good evening. So my name is Otha Munga Sonje from the University of Nairobi, and I've been privileged to serve as the treasurer second session. It has been such a privilege. I'm truly honored. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the turnout. We have tried our level best, and you didn't let us down. Thank you, and as we continue planning for many more, please continue supporting us in each and every way that you can. Thank you. God bless JSAC.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Next is Ms. Agnes Mushiri, Communications and Publicity Strategist. A big round of applause for Agnes. You've seen her posting on our social media, on WhatsApp. No, this is Agnes. Most of you are asking me, who Agnes ni nani? Do you? So, Agnes. Next, we have good. Next is Miss Mercy Bodo from the University of Nairobi. Please come for your certificate. She has served as she's serving as the Deputy Secretary General. And good job, Mercy Bodo. Clap for her. Okay, next we have next is Mr. Mitchell Masawa, our very own SG. SG, we have a history with SG has served, he's the longest serving official at JSAC. We began the association with him. Let me say we founded the association with SG. So many people came when we were starting the association, of course, and left. That was in the year 2023. But today, 2025, he's the only one standing. So a much thank you to the SG. Please come for your certificate. SG. Thank you, Mitchell. So next we have the Deputy President, that is Ms. Michelle Wangari. She has been serving as the Deputy President, second session. In her absential, Ernest, please come and pick the certificate. She's from the Daystar University. Yeah, and lastly, our very own president, Mr. Ernest Mudhini. Mudhini has been the president, the second session, Journalism Student Association of Kenya. Oh, what? No. He's from Daystar University at the River. Say something.
Good evening once again. Yeah, as Mr. Munga said, our treasurer, we really appreciate the turn-up. The turn-up has been very, very wonderful. And on behalf of the second session, JSAC, we can say we are very, very proud of you for each and every member, for always sacrificing your time to always attend our events. It's a Saturday, but we could have been out there doing other things. So your sacrifice, we do appreciate it very, very much. And in the future, we're going to have other projects, and we want you to be part of us. Let's continue growing. Let's continue becoming bigger, better, and that's the goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Here's your certificate. Welcome. Okay, so now let me just read something I had written today in the morning for the second session, that is the Secretariat. So this is what I want to say. Every official has played a vital role, dedicating time, effort, and unwavering commitment to ensure that our goals are not only met, but are exceeded. We've gone above and beyond our assigned duties. Many among us have even taken extra steps, shown leadership in the departments, and made meaningful contributions that have pushed this association forward. So today, we are discussing with the vice chairperson, that is Mr. Alvin Kubasu, and also the chair of the legal department. And we were like, if we were to award everyone, the officials, everyone deserves a medal, everyone deserves a trophy. But we may ask which criteria, we asked ourselves which criteria are we going to use to award these officials. And the criteria that was used was on departments. As a department, as the president, as the deputy president, as the secretary general, what is that one thing extra that you've done in your department? So we decided let's award departments. So I want to recognize one department that has consistently demonstrated creativity, strategic thinking, and excellence. This team has been behind several key initiatives, and one of them was the public speaking competition that was held on Thursday at Multimedia University. Their efforts didn't stop there. They also spearheaded our monthly article writing competition. So the article writing competition, okay, if I say it in the same way, okay, it's always done on a monthly basis, and which continues to provide a platform for engagement and expression across the board. If you check our our website, we have published our articles that have been written by different students from different universities. So under this department, we have the Communications Bureau, home to our talented web developer, graphic designer, and our writer. So the Bureau members have also been doing a very good job to ensure our messages are clear, our presence is strong, and our image reflects the excellence we strive for. So ladies and gentlemen, I request us a round of applause for Ms. Agnes Mushiri as the best Agnes department. Tafadhali, makofi. And please, the Bureau members, Agnes. Now, Austin, please come. Kindly, tumpige makofi tafadhali. Okay, so that is one. That was department one. Now, another department that has also done so well. This department, okay. We organized the boot camp under this department. That is the Office of the Secretary General. To be honest, it was not easy. This event we began back and forth, but it was successful. So this award will go to the Office of the Secretary General. That is one. Then second, also for, let me check a minute.
So we are awarding Mr. Mitchell Masawa, the second best department. Please clap for our SG. Yeah, and lastly, third, best department. Also, this department has done good job. Sorry. I'm not awarding. Okay, it's a department as well, but also I'm awarding Mr. Ernest Mudini for your leadership at JSAC. We truly appreciate for you spearheading the vision of the second session. You guys, if you check our how do you call it? The vision and mission. We changed it to empowering voices, shaping narratives. He's the guy behind that. So please, a round of applause for Ernest Mudini. So thank you so much, guys. We're supposed to give the vote of thanks. The Masawa, good. Please come and give the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, guys. My name is Amani Lydia Milimo. I'm the founder of the Journalism Students Association of Kenya. I'm serving as the chairperson of the Advisory Council, and together with Mr. Alvin Kubasu, we want to say thank you for supporting the vision and mission of JSAC. Okay, so I'll hand over to the SG.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I want to thank you for attending the annual Media Students Conference. And before I speak, Edwin George had something to say. Please let him come forward and address his issue before I give the vote of thanks.
Hello, you are good? So I want to thank you all for this time, the time you've stayed. You people are great people. So the reason why I'm here with the SG, I think we are the longest serving officials. Personally, I'm a secretary. I'm Masai Mara University chapter head. Yeah. So according to the recently, or whatever has been concluded here, the competition, as a journalist, one thing that should always be with us is integrity. And as long as you are armed with integrity, it should always be your shield. And with the trend in this digital era, whatever you do today or whatever you say today will one day come back to haunt you, isn't it? We've seen in the political realm. So to the JSAC team, I'll wish to quit or exit this competition with the humility. Based on the communication people made earlier on, you have, or personally also have, all the details that indicated the category that we were. So I won't wish to take somebody's position that I feel maybe was not mine, isn't it? There's no point of me. Are you getting me? So this is addressed to Team JSAC. I'm so grateful for the opportunity, but I'll wish you people go back and review your criteria and how you people awarded. And if possible, kindly award the right person this one. So with all the humility and honor, allow me return all the award. I'm returning the certificate and the award. Let it go to the right person, according to the communication that people made earlier, of which I still have the records, ever since from the first one that was postponed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, and George, we are sorry for the inconvenience that has caused. If you received an email stating that, we are very sorry for the inconvenience caused.
Listen, you see, most of these, that is why I wanted the Media Council of Kenya to be here, because the Media Council of Kenya were the ones who were in charge of this. So what happened was there was an error in this category. So they resent another, how do you call it? Another list, and we sent out. So your position was third, George Edwin. You know?
Thank you very much, Mr. George Edwin. We do appreciate the initiative that you have taken. So first, I want to give a vote of thanks. Though most of the people have left the room, but for those who are here, all I have to say is thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Your presence here is a very, very big motivation booster to us as JSAC NEC officials and JSAC Advisory Council. We do appreciate taking your sacrificing your time, coming here, being an active listener, engaging very, very much with what's happening over here. And I do expect that most of you are going to leave this room having probably accomplished what they came to learn, what they came to do, and network. It's very, very good as young people, as young media practitioners, to build good networks from among each other. Because as much as everything is said and done and we do bring people, sometimes you do need to understand that the best networks and the best way you're going to navigate this world is through the partnerships that you form with different people, through your peers. So my task to you, each and every individual here, is to make sure that the person seated next to you, you have their contacts. Kindly, when you leave here, have the contacts of at least 2 to 3 people, because lasting relationships and contacts are what help us to be here each and every day. I don't have much to say other than to appreciate your initiative. We are going to plan bigger things, be better things, and we are going to plan this if only you're going to be big. You're the biggest reason that we have when it comes to planning such things. You come in time, you are very active, and it makes the event very, very better. I don't have much to say, probably if there's anything else, but we need also to live with a word of prayer. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and all the best.
Okay, let us pray. God, we thank you for today. We want to honor you, God, because of your mercies and your goodness. We're before your throne of mercies this day. We sing thank you for your grace and your mercies upon our lives. Thank you for everything you've made it accomplished today and yesterday, God. We thank you for the honor you've crowned us, oh God. It is in Jesus' name we do pray, trust in and believe in. Amen. We can disperse. Thank you for